Members, before the dinner break, the committee was debating Part 1 of the Social Assistance Legislation, Accommodation Supplement and Income-Related Rent Amendment Bill. Part 1, this is a debate on clauses 3 to 18, amendments to Social Security Act 2018 and Schedule 1. The question, again, is that Part 1 stand part. Ricardo Mendes-March.
Mr. Speaker, so before we went into the dinner break, and I want to reiterate the fact that we did not have a select committee stage. We haven't heard from people affected by this or any other agency, but and the Minister hasn't also presented and done robust analysis. What we do have, as I said, was this document. I didn't believe that the Minister adequately engaged with my previous question. This is in relationship to the Supplementary Analysis Report, page 7, where MSD said, and I quote, "The savings forecast as part of this proposal was not able to account for behavioural responses that may result from this policy." And then it also talks about, this means, and this is where I want to focus my question on, I quote, "This means that the savings from households where both the person receiving board and the boarder are receiving housing subsidies may be overestimated." Does she agree that the savings in this instance were overestimated by her government? If not, why not? Following on that, Mr. Chair, I'm primarily focusing on the provisions in Clause 4, but I'm using this document because it basically addresses a lot of what Clause 4 ends up doing. I also ask about whether she believes that people will be put into hardship as a result of this. I also wanted to now focus my attention on the issue around whether she believes that this bill has the potential, particularly because of the provisions in Clause 4, to increase the amount of debt that people get into as a result of requiring advances. Did she forecast an increase in debt by people requiring advances in the form of rent arrears, for example, due to the provisions of this bill? So we know that due to the supplementary analysis, people will be paying quite a bit more money each week, those affected by this bill. I'll go into that in more detail. But I did want to ask as to whether she did any forecast or modeling, or whether she even considered it about, for example, whether people would be needing more recoverable assistance. I think this is particularly important because in the budget we saw basically an end to the non-recoverable assistance when it came to rent arrears, which means that when people are getting into rent arrears as a result of increased rents due to increased housing costs as a result of this bill, that now the only way they'll be able to get assistance for these rent arrears is through recoverable assistance. Did she make any modeling to account for that? One of the issues that I also wanted to test is whether she considered, and I also want to note to the chair, by the way, that she did not address anything in relationship to impacts on child poverty. So I just want to put that on the table again, because we did have the dinner break. She did not mention child poverty at all and how this bill may or increase it or otherwise. But I wanted to move on to the issue around material hardship. There's 3 different measurements that we use when it comes to child poverty. Material hardship is one of those. So that means children not having their bare essentials being met. I ask this because that has been increasing throughout the past few years, including under her tenure. And the minister hasn't explicitly engaged on the issue as to whether this bill risks increasing the level of material hardship in households. If she does think that this bill increases material hardship, which is a different measure from child poverty, I do want to ask which kind of children does she think will be disproportionately impacted as a result of a potential increase in material hardship being driven as a result of this bill. Just to recap, I want to make sure that she understands that I am asking for her analysis of page 7 of the Supplementary Analysis Report on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, around the quote that says that the savings are likely to be, quote, overestimated, and whether she agrees with that.
Benjamin Doyle.
Tēnā koe, e te tūru. So, following on from my colleague Ricardo Menendez-March's questions regarding the report, the supplementary analysis report from the Ministry of Social Development, I'm looking at page 23 in regards to distributional impacts. And I'd like to understand regarding the distributional impacts that are stated around Māori, Pasifika people, older people, disabled people and young people are the groups that are covered there in the opening remarks at point 85. And I'm concerned that there hasn't been an analysis of the impacts also, or the disproportionate impacts on Takatapui and Rainbow communities. We know from census data, the census actually released a specific report on this year actually, 2025, regarding the situation for housing for Rainbow people, and stated that there's a high prevalence of severe housing deprivation for LGBTQIA plus Takatapui populations, MVP FAF, that's Pasifika Rainbow, and Takatapui is Māori Rainbow peoples, in housing specifically. And I'm interested to know, or my question really is the Minister confident that that community who are disproportionately impacted by housing stock limitations or expensive housing, inability to afford safe housing, are not going to be impacted disproportionately? It's not stated in this analysis, but I'd like to understand the advice that's been given. Further to that, obviously Rainbow communities are one group, but the intersection of Māori and Rainbow has a compounding impact. So if the cultural needs of Rainbow people who are Māori are also being considered in this, we know that Māori and Pasifika communities often live in different housing structures in terms of the makeup and the demographics of those households. So the intersection of cultural identity and Rainbow identities and what the impacts for those communities are, we can see here that Māori, Pasifika, older, disabled people are accounted for. So I just want to understand the advice around Rainbow communities, and particularly Māori Rainbow communities, the impacts on those communities. Sorry, to my colleagues to my right, and if those considerations have been made, because, thank you, yes, so it's not covered in here. So what advice has been received around that? The census data is very clear, and I wonder also if the Minister has been made aware of that census data. It's quite shocking. We do see that of a population grouping of 10,000 Rainbow people aged 15 plus, 260 of that 10,000 experience severe housing deprivation. So that's a figure that contrasts to a non-Rainbow population, which is only 212 people per 10,000, so significantly higher housing deprivation. I'm worried that this amendment bill will drive that number and that gap, that further apart and disproportionately affect Rainbow and Takatapui MVP FAF communities more severely. So what advice has the Minister received around that, and do you have confidence that that won't increase that gap? Thank you very much.
Helen White.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, my colleagues are talking a lot about the supplementary analysis, and so it does seem appropriate to look at those issues that are coming up there. The issue about increased hardship is one I think you've heard us in the discussions we've had really emphasise. It's not possible from the report that's come up, the supplementary analysis report, to know just how bad that story is. And other things in the report indicate that while the average amount that people will lose is about $100 a week, and that's the people who have borders, I think, just averaged out, there is a discussion about how there is a high risk of bad publicity because there are some people who are very impacted by this change that is being made. And so I would like to know whether the Minister was given examples of some of the worst impacts on people, because it's very hard for us to judge how much injustice there is if we don't have those examples shared. I'd also like to know whether the Minister considered the history of the legislation in terms of the use of the term border, because what the Minister has said is there is an equality here between boarders and renters, but in fact those arrangements are quite different in kind. A renter has often got an agreement with somebody, and it is often a more business-like arrangement. A boarder is often an informal arrangement, and it's more likely to apply to people like youth in difficulties and adult children, etc. It's not the same basket of eggs at all. And so I wondered whether the Minister had any advice as to whether there was an initial reason why there was a difference between boarders and renters in that way, because one of the things I can see is that you may have a wayward child who's not particularly good at learning how to pay or may default on any board. So we're catching up a whole lot of people in a situation which might be more risky for them. And before that was possible, and under the law today that's possible, because they're not going to be penalised for reaching out a helping hand to somebody in that situation. But tomorrow they are going to be penalised for that. They're actually in quite big trouble if that money doesn't come through, because the government's going to take it all away from them again. So I'd like to know what the story is in terms of that advice. I can also see from that report, and I'm talking about page 5 of the supplementary analysis report, that there was limited stakeholder engagement. I'd like to know what was that limited stakeholder engagement. Who was talked to when that report was put together, and who was not talked to? Because we're not having a select committee process, so not everybody will be talked to. I can also see a real issue of not knowing what the impact of this legislation is, and that surely is related to who was spoken to and who wasn't, but also related to what is described in the report as unintended consequences. So you have a well-meaning piece of legislation where perhaps all the government is saying it's doing is trying to find equity in a situation that's utterly undermined by the reality of what people will do when they're on the breadline, and in fact they're just not going to be able to make ends meet if they are in a situation where they have borders, and suddenly that is going to impact on the way that they arrange their lives. So the report talks about what might happen in reality, and they all seem pretty reasonable things to suggest. We're not suggesting it's okay for people not to declare what is really going on, but that's likely to occur. We're not, one of the things that's likely to occur is people just will not have borders. So how much measurement has been done of that situation? Because the government says it's doing it to recover money and it's trying to create an equity, but is that actually going to happen? Or are we actually going to have a whole lot of people, as this report suggests, move? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 questions for the Minister about the unintended consequences, and I want to thank the Minister for making available the supplementary analysis. This is a really helpful document as the Committee of the Whole House undertakes to examine what is happening here and the policy impacts. My 3 questions are about the impact on the housing market. It's really useful that we have 2 pieces of helpful analysis here, one about the increased demand for temporary housing and one piece about the impacts of home ownership, and I will ask the Minister some questions there. But first I'll start with what's missing from here, which is the impact on rents. I want to ask the Minister whether she has received advice on the impact on rents of this policy, particularly on the market for low-cost rentals and rentals that are appropriate for young people and for seniors who might be impacted by this policy. We know that about 7,000 households are affected by this policy and that it may have the impact of tenants choosing not to take on boarders if they are in a rental situation, and the flow-on impact of that being for current boarders who may find it difficult to find suitable, affordable alternate accommodation. Mr Chair, I'm reading that from the supplementary analysis because I don't want to confuse this situation with another answer that the Minister has given where she has said clearly it won't impact some sorts of boarders, but for this sort of situation the official advice is that it will have an impact on some boarders who will find it harder to find accommodation if they need to move out of their current situation. So my question there is about is there advice that's outside of this supplementary analysis about what will happen to the market for rents? And that question, Mr Speaker, is in the context of this government having a focus on increasing the supply of not only rental accommodation but housing and being very proud of that record. And so I want to ask the Minister, has she considered how this will drive up demand for rents and what impact that increased demand on rents will have across the housing market as a whole? Then I turn to the part of the advice about the increased demand for temporary housing. I want to ask the Minister about the number of people who are currently in social housing who may be affected by this policy. So how many people might we expect that are in social housing now who may have a boarder living with them? I'm particularly interested in young people in that situation. I would like to have a sense of the size of the number of young people who are already living in a supported living situation that is social housing but it's with their family, who might then be in a situation where they might not have access to that housing and so will be looking for other, even more resource-intensive mechanisms for their housing. Many young people who are not living with their family who have been in these situations where their housing is either temporary or they don't have sort of clear parental help with their living situations really need a high level of intensive support, and that is intensive support which is costly to the taxpayer. And so I want to understand the number of young people who might be affected by this and what impact that will have on the costs of the system if there are more young people who are needing that level of intensive support. I know, for instance, Minister, that a very excellent housing provider for young people in South Auckland, Aotearoa, has recently taken on some more young people. That's something we can really celebrate on this side of the house, but around the house too, for everyone who is interested in the housing of young people. But we also know that when they opened up that round for more tenants, they were inundated with applications. I think it was about 300 applicants of people who would qualify for the service. And so it is in no one's interest to see that number of people who are looking for supported accommodation continue to increase. We want solutions where these young people can be living with their families, and we want the incentive to be for their families, for their friends, for other people in their community to be able to take them on without any barrier to that. The third question I have for the Minister is around the impacts on home ownership. The question here specifically, before I run out of time, is particularly on young homeowners who there is also a lot of interest in this House in incentivising them to save for their own home and then to get into their own home. How many recent homeowners are claiming the accommodation supplement? There has been some confusion. I have heard speeches on the other side of this House that suggest that there is some misunderstanding about who is claiming the accommodation supplement. How many young people who have bought their first home, and we're really proud of them, have sought the accommodation supplement, or how many of them have boarders who are also in that situation?
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Chair, I'm going to quickly go through a number of questions, but I do want to just say that the whole intent behind this is around to ensure greater fairness for those who are accessing housing support, and not having a situation where both the person who is paying board is getting the accommodation supplement, and the house they're living in, the person who's receiving the board is also getting the housing supplement, accommodation supplement. So that's what the intent of this is driven at. We don't anticipate, because there is such a small number of households affected, that there will be any significant impact on the rental market. Clause 4 clearly lays out the definitions, and I would refer members to that. It clearly differentiates between what rent is and what board is, and the percentages that are allocated, so I'm not going to read what's in the bill. In terms of the impact on material hardship, the member raises questions about that. And I would just say very clearly in this House, this is a Budget 24 measure, so it has been in the public domain for over 12 months. And the intention behind Budget 24 was fiscal sustainability and alleviating pressure across hundreds of thousands of households who were dealing with the cost of living, and part of getting on top of the cost of living crisis for low and middle income households is to ensure that government spending is sustainable. And where there is a duplication of a housing allowance, that's an obvious one to reduce. And so it has been carefully considered. I reject that this is an injustice. This is actually a level playing field where we are not having two people in the same household claiming the accommodation supplement for the same house.
I'm seeking clarification. The intent of this bill, I think, has been in the public domain for quite some time, but I do want to remind the Minister that we are only just seeing this bill in urgency. So we certainly haven't had the amount of time that Minister would have had to scrutinise the level of detail that's in the legislation. So we're looking forward to a long and fulsome debate to get some clarification on particular points. I want clarification on the point around who is affected here, because the Minister has stood up a number of times and said it is to address the issue of fairness, where two people are claiming the accommodation supplement for the same place, where one may be a boarder and the other one is the lead tenant. But I want clarification on situations where the lead tenant is claiming the accommodation supplement and the boarder is not. My reading of this is that the lead tenant is still going to have their accommodation supplement impacted by the income they receive through the boarder's board. And that being the case, I do want the Minister just to clarify that, because I'm looking at this and I have only seen it for the last couple of hours, and I can't quite take from what she's been saying and what I'm reading that is the case. So again, can the Minister clarify that the lead tenant who has taken on a boarder and is getting accommodation supplement is going to potentially lose some of that accommodation supplement because they're taking board? It's not about two people, it's about that lead tenant taking on a boarder and receiving board, and that being perceived as part of their income. So if she can clarify that, that would be good. My next question is around those that may be temporarily boarding. And I'm thinking about scenarios that may not be formalised to the extent that perhaps the officials have considered. So I'm thinking of the sole mother with 3 children who has urgently left a domestic violence situation, has gone to a friend and said, I need somewhere to stay, can you please take me in, please let me and my kids live in your garage, I can pay you board whilst I'm here to cover the costs of me and my children being here, but I don't know how long that will be for. Now, do they need to then declare to MSD that they have taken on a family of boarders, and that family is paying $100, let's say a woman with 3 children, towards the costs of staying there, which is a very minimal cost and is certainly not going to see the tenant rolling in cash, the lead tenant rolling in cash? Are they going to have to declare that to MSD? And what will that mean administratively if the lead tenant has no idea how long this domestic violence a friend, a person who's been a survivor or victim of domestic violence with their children, is going to be staying in their home. What does disclosure to MSD in that situation look like? And I reference that with particular attention to the section in the bill that discusses the definition of what a boarder is. And I'm trying to work out where those urgent temporary situations will be considered boarding situations. I can think of other situations. Someone is homeless, they're unable to access emergency housing. They say to a friend, please take me in, let me stay in your garage with my children. I'll give you a little bit of cash to help with the costs of electricity and water and perhaps even food until I get on my feet. But I don't know how long that will be for. So does the lead tenant need to declare that to MSD? How is that accounted for? Does the Minister think that the section in the bill that defines the boarder, what a boarder is, covers those particular scenarios? And if so, can she please speak to that?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Louise Upson.
Yes, the definition of a boarder is really clear in terms of, because when someone pays board, they are not paying purely for the room. That's why it's calculated at 62%. And what we do want to do is ensure that when accommodation supplement or the income-related rent is calculated, it is based on the information of the people who are living either permanently or temporarily in that household to determine whether the person is eligible for the accommodation supplement and at what rate. That is what's fair to taxpayers. No one begrudges paying the accommodation supplement or income-related rent or whatever support is required, but it should be on current information, and it's very normal practice for someone who is receiving support, in this case the accommodation supplement, to advise MSD when their circumstances change. The other thing that I would say again is currently, before this law passes, only the third boarder or fourth boarder is considered. We're just saying, actually, it is common sense that any income from the first boarder or the second boarder should be taken into account in determining someone's eligibility for financial assistance.
Honourable Comments.
I need to follow up because the Minister has said the section in the bill about what defines a boarder is clear, but there's no time frame or period of time that the person needs to be residing within that household and paying that board for it to then be deemed that person is a boarder. So is the Minister seriously telling me that if a woman with her 3 children who has left a serious domestic violence situation and goes to a friend and says, I need to stay for 3 days, 4 days, a week, I can give you a little bit of money, please let me stay here, that lead tenant who's getting the accommodation supplement is going to have to go to MSD, make an appointment or ring them up and say, I need to declare I have a boarder for 3 days who is paying $30 a night, and you need to take that into consideration, MSD, and deduct that from my accommodation supplement. There is no time frame for what constitutes what is a boarder, and so is the Minister seriously telling me that if that woman with her 3 children pays $20 a night to the person who gets the accommodation supplement, that person is going to have to declare it to MSD?
Thank you, Mr Chair. It is important that we really scrutinise this bill because it is coming through under urgency. So we're looking at part 1 as a whole, and I think it's really important that we look at the effects that this will have on disabled people. So we're in quite an interesting scenario where the Minister that we are asking these questions of today is also the Minister for Disabled People. So I think that she will have a lot more insight into this. So I'm really looking forward to hearing her answers. So I am interested to know why the Minister didn't seek advice from the Ministry for Disabled People, from Whaikaha, around the effects that this will have on disabled people. And hopefully the Minister can elaborate a little bit more just from their own role as the Minister as to what she thinks the effects that this bill will have on disabled people. So one of the scenarios that comes to mind is when a disabled person is living in a kāinga order home. Often what happens is to make ends meet, to be able to pay the bills, to be able to participate in community, they're actually having boarders live with them. And more than not, those people who are boarders are actually their support people. And this is invaluable because, yes, support people are doing a job, but how amazing is it to actually build that community and have that disabled person be able to share the load and also support their support worker. That's building community, and that is making sure that our disabled people can, we know one of the biggest things that they're facing is isolation. And so actually having the support person there, why would we punish that? So I'm really interested to know what thoughts and what advice the Minister has on this. Just looking here at the including boarders' contributions in the calculation of housing subsidies supplementary analysis report that has come from the Ministry of Social Development. In the section that is distributional impacts, which is, talking about where different parts of society may be impacted more than others. There is a section here on disabled people, and this is on page 24. There's some really concerning numbers in here. The number of, in section 94, it says the number of disabled people who receive housing subsidies is difficult to ascertain. However, 51,459 supported living payment recipients also receive the accommodation supplement, and 18,486 receive that temporary additional support. And furthermore to that, there are 15,624 supported living payment recipients who are also social housing tenants. We know how difficult it is for disabled people to have adequate housing. Accessibility is, and I know that the government, this has been on the agenda, is focused on accessibility, like we all should be. So one of the other things we know in New Zealand is that our dirty little secret is that having a disability is a pathway to poverty and prison. So it would be really good if the Minister could elaborate more on what she thinks the effects of this bill will be on disabled people. And we know that this report also says that disabled people are likely to be disproportionately impacted by the proposed changes because many disabled people live with their support person who pays board. So thank you. If you, I'd love to hear the answers.
Mr. Chair.
Maria Mino Kapakegi.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I wanted to just come a little, even though I've heard some part of answers, I just wanted to impress again into this space, starting with recognising the fact that there, in our context, particularly Māori context, but not only Māori Pacifica, there is no such thing as a standard nuclear family. So the intergenerational ways of living is the way in which we thrive, flourish, and get on with our good lives. So in that regard, how well is that appreciated in the analysis and therefore in the practice? I've heard some responses to the boarding housing words, but again, inside that definition, does it truly understand the intergenerational communal living idea, and in practice, I wouldn't mind just getting more of a sense of confidence that that's understood in this work. I don't have any currently. Confidence, I mean, in this work. And then I would like some thinking or response, because it concerns us around this unintentional or unintended, and it's always said with such casual ease. It's scary because unintended can equal devastation, more vulnerability, but it's ticked off as well. It's an unintended consequence, which equals oops. And that is a dangerous situation. So, in terms of the classification of tamariki or mokopuna, that might well be living with their kaumātua and all of those good things that come with extended whānau, how does this, in practice, how does this keep those ideas safe, good, and healthy for whānau Māori? And what, in the end, is the mechanisms in place to ensure that these new definitions are not used to unfairly reduce support for Māori? These are some of my questions. I'd be keen to hear it in more confidence. Thank you, Minister.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
There's been a couple of comments and questions around the relationships of those in a household. The bill is agnostic. Whether it is a caregiver, a disabled person, a family member, extended family, same-sex relationship, not. The bill is agnostic about all of that. It is simply about if there is one boarder, the boarder is paying board to the person who is running the household. That's what triggers this, and the consideration of the accommodation supplement and the housing assistance that's paid.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Mr Chair, I know that I can't force an answer that I like by the Minister, but it would be great to get some sort of engagement on the issue around whether she agrees that the savings were overestimated, as per page 7 of the analysis by MSD. But I wanted to take us to, in clause 4, in the new section 65 AAA, and said it there. I particularly want to hone in on C, which is on line 1 of page 4 of the bill, which is the bit that reads, if P resides at any social housing in relationship to which P is an additional resident, 62% of P's contributions for the period excluding any arrears. So this is basically the inclusion of the definition of boarder into social housing spaces. And the reason why I wanted to specifically focus on that line is because on page 14 of the analysis that we were presented by MSD, page 15, there is starting on paragraph 39, there's a whole section on the eligibility for social housing and priority rating on the social housing register. So the analysis itself talks about how HUD and Kāinga Ora have raised concerns around contributions from boarders impacting social housing eligibility. Does she agree with those concerns? Or will she just keep giving us the same answers about how she thinks people are double dipping and ignoring basically all the negative impacts of this bill? Does she at least acknowledge any of the negative impacts? But I'm really interested on paragraph 41. I wanted to follow on by saying that Kāinga Ora noted that contributions from a boarder that is not part of a household is specific to the house the applicant is currently in, not to them as an individual. And Kāinga Ora also acknowledged that basically, that the income is relevant to the affordability calculations of the current housing situation and alternative housing options. And so I also wanted to ask whether she agrees with the concerns, but also whether this is a sneaky way for the Minister to reduce the number of people eligible for social housing. Because this bill could have a negative flow-on effect on undermining the number of people that are eligible for social housing, allowing her to paint a much more positive picture about the demand for social housing when we still have housing hardship in our communities. Effectively, giving a new code of paint to the list, making it look way better, and then giving her government an out to build more public housing. I think if we didn't have the provision C in the new section 65 AAA, these concerns wouldn't be so prevalent. But because this applies to social housing tenants, I'm particularly concerned about the fact that we could have people losing their eligibility for social housing while still being living in hardship, which the minister has completely failed to acknowledge. She talks about fairness, but she doesn't acknowledge whether people who will now not be receiving their accommodation supplement won't be living in hardship or poverty or in some difficult situation. And so I wanted to ask when, on top of that, and my previous questions, whether she received any modelling from HUD, Aotearoa or MSD around the potential changes to the social housing waiting list as a result of this bill. To recap my questions is, well, it would be great to get an acknowledgement from the minister about whether she thinks those savings were overestimated, whether she agrees with MSD. I wanted to ask if she agreed with HUD and Aotearoa's concerns around the contributions from waters impacting social housing eligibility, and whether she received any modelling at all from MSD on the projected changes to the social housing register waiting list. We've heard stories from people who have lived in emergency housing or unaffordable rentals for months, sometimes years, before being able to access public housing. Now, people who may have borders in their homes in unaffordable rentals who could be technically qualifying for the social housing waiting list could then be negatively affected and completely being kicked out or being put on from the A category to the B category, deprioritizing them altogether. And we know, or anyone who works on the front lines knows, that if you're in the B category, your chances of effectively getting a Kaingaora house are basically zero. So this is basically could prioritize people to a place where they could never get public housing. So it would be great to get engagement on this, but I'm most importantly asking the Minister if she agrees that the savings were overestimated.
Mr Chair,
the Honourable Louise Upson.
I have answered that question again, but I will put it on record and I would invite the member to listen to my answer. I did say the savings forecast could have been overestimated. It equally could be underestimated because we don't have the data. Well, I've just answered your question.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It's a pleasure to take a first call on this bill, and it has been a free-ranging conversation very much focused on policy, and I appreciate the contribution from the previous member, which is starting now for the first time in my view to really look at some of the clauses, and I share some of his concerns. What I am proposing, Mr Chair, is that we had a bit of a conversation around the policy ramifications for different population groups, and I would like to make a contribution and ask the Minister some questions about that. But I'm also very keen that we actually look, we've talked policy, we have not gone and looked in a technical way at the bill at all in my view. I think the last contribution is probably the first one that has attempted to do that, and I would like to go back after that in a back and forth, if I may, with the Minister to ask some specific questions, particularly around Clause 65 AAA and going forward. And there are a few questions on each of those very fundamental. So if I may, Mr Chair, the first thing I'd like to say is just we've mentioned other population groups, but the supplementary analysis report also talks specifically about older people. I am the spokesperson for seniors, and it talks about how the bill may have a disproportionate effect. And I'm thinking about the housing crisis that we have, and also the competing policy incentive that we share, I think, across the House of wanting to keep people in homes as long as possible rather than institutionalised. And many of the boarders that are currently able to be taken in are going into supported living in houses often run by women who want to supplement their accommodation and their income because they have children, who are taking these people on, and there is an informality about it, but there is also a social value to it where, for example, they might provide some caregiving, they might do the shopping because the person who is there cannot shop or look after themselves completely, but they know that they don't want to be institutionalised and they are not able to stay at home. And for many of those pensioners, let's not forget that they only got a $2.15 a week tax break when the tax breaks were announced last year. So boarding does serve that social purpose of encouraging and supporting seniors to live at home. And what I'm concerned about is that not only will this disproportionately affect those boarders, because there will be the people who own the homes will be disincentivised because of the changes to the accommodation supplement, but also what impact will it have on their ability then, the people who wouldn't be taken in, who can't live at home, who may not be able to afford to go to a retirement village, and who may not qualify fully for care. And these are massive problems given the tsunami of need that is coming towards us in New Zealand around aged care. So that is my first policy question. My second one is really just looking at the reality that I know it of women who, and it's usually women, there are men who do it, who have made a choice to try and be there to bring up their kids, who need to have boarders, and they are able to make the system work currently, and yet they will not be able to, or they're disincentivised to, under this bill. And when we call it double dipping, let's be really clear, they are not double dipping. The accommodation supplement is going to individuals either who are the tenant or the first boarder or the second boarder or the third boarder. But when we look at things like home ownership and capital gains, we have interest deductibility and we have no capital gains tax. Now, in my view of the world, that is double dipping. So I'm not sure how the Minister can reconcile her definition of double dipping with that one. The other one I would say, Mr. Chair, is just going now specifically to the technical elements of the bill. Clearly, we have got Section 65 AAA, Accommodation Supplement, the interpretation. We have a number of questions around this, and Ricardo Mendes-March has leapt ahead, which is great, and we share some of those concerns. But if we may go backwards and forwards, and I will be seeking a further call, Mr. Chair. The first one talks about service costs being excluded, and why is there that differentiation? Now, when I look at the original Act, it is because 65(2), it's got service costs in relation to any premises, and it's got subsection B, and it does not include... Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Benjamin Doyle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions from my colleague in Labour regarding the disproportionate impacts on older people. Thank you for those questions, because it actually brings me to an important question about the question of the impact on rangatahi Māori. So the distributional impacts outlined in the Ministry of Social Development's Supplementary Analysis Report talks on page 23 and 24 about how Māori and youth will be disproportionately impacted potentially by this bill. We know that UNICEF recently released a report, and I wonder if the Minister has sought advice about this, because it's a very alarming report. Just to allow everyone in the House to understand what I'm talking about, the UNICEF report from May this year, Mr. Chair, talks about that ranks countries. There are 36 countries ranked around youth mental well-being, and it actually outlines key determinants of mental ill health leading to suicidality. And New Zealand, Aotearoa, has a shocking rate, an alarming rate of youth suicide, particularly compounded with Pasifika and Māori youth. So my concern is about rangatahi. And my question is, as I stated earlier, has the Minister considered the impact on rangatahi Māori? But in particular, we know that affordable housing is a key determinant of mental distress. The UNICEF report outlines that. And has the Minister additionally, in consulting my request is around understanding if the Minister has consulted that report from UNICEF, but also I wonder if or why the Minister has not sought advice from the Ministry of Youth Development or from the Minister of Mental Health, because these are intersecting issues. We know that a total number of 16 to 24-year-olds who receive a supplement is 54,693. So a really large proportion. And I also have a question around rangatahi for the Minister, around whether or not she's considered an increase or having a age cap, I guess, or a base level to start the definition of border, so that the age range is increased, so that those who are rangatahi, why don't we increase the age to 20, 21, 22, 25 to avoid including rangatahi in that border category, because we know that there is a disproportional impact on youth. We know mental ill health leads in this country to an increase in suicide for our rangatahi. And mental health distress caused by housing insecurity is a key determinant of mental health and mental ill health leading to suicide. I wonder if the Minister has considered putting an age range on the term border, so that we can ensure that those who are younger, who are rangatahi, are not going to be affected by this. We do not want to see rangatahi Māori, we do not want to see rangatahi at all being more exposed to the risk of suicide. That would be a travesty. That would be a violence within this bill that I think we could avoid. And I believe the Minister would want to avoid that as well. And I hope she's able to explain her thinking on that and whether she would consider that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Louise Upson.
I have said before, so it's feeling like it's getting repetitive. The legislation is agnostic about who is a border and who's not a border, and their relationship with the home owner or the head tenant. It is agnostic, but it basically means if they have a border, i.e. they are paying board, that should and will take into consideration the eligibility for financial support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for addressing the questions. She's trying the age-old trick that all ministers do, try and pretend that she's repeating herself to try and encourage a closure, but we're not falling for that because we have new material, and here's a new question. New section 108A.
Ask questions.
Mr. Ministers aren't supposed to heckle from the chair, that's the first point, but the section that I'm referring to here is 108A, and that refers to discrepancies in information received relevant to housing assistance, Mr. Chair. Now, essentially what this refers to is when, let's say, the primary tenant and the border have information that doesn't quite match up. Fair enough, I imagine that would happen from time to time, particularly in the scenarios that I'm sure we can all imagine or have assisted people with in our own areas, is that someone is looking for a boarding situation because they are in a precarious situation. These are often temporary, but certainly come about with very little notice. Now, it's quite possible that the bits of information that both parties, Party A or Party B, bring would be different. But what concerns me is the proposals here that say that they've only got, once a discrepancy is identified, they've only got 1 working day to sort it out.
Well, this is
that doesn't seem a very long time. It's assuming that they're in a position to be able to address the discrepancy, and it also
just for clarification for the chair, you're linking that to part 1 because we're on part 1.
Yes.
Okay.
No, he wants to move on to part 2, clearly.
Continue.
What's part 2?
It is part 1.
Adina Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the Minister, which is a new question about the part 1. I'm at new 65 AAA, and I have gone to the Social Security Act 2018, which is it is amending, and in that Act the definitions of the people that this applies to are set out. And I want to clarify with the Minister whether there is a mistake here, because there is not an amendment to whom this applies, because this will have a particular impact on single mothers, single parents who will no longer receive, they do not receive child support for children who are aged 18 to 19. And the policy has been before today, before it will take effect in 2027, that those adult children would have otherwise been able to receive a benefit. So I want to ask, particularly for that group of people who will either be the homeowners or the head tenants, how this bill will impact on them. And I want to ask whether the definition of border here is intended to have a carve-out for those people who are 18 to 19 who reside with a parent. Many young people who are in this situation will be in a situation where they are with a parent and where they do bring some form of income into the family, and that income will in some situations be deemed to be payments for board and lodging. But surely in the situation where we've had another policy change indicated by the Minister for the treatment of 18 to 19-year-olds where they have even a single parent, I want to ask her whether this was something that has been missed in this bill, and whether there should be, in fact, a carve-out for those people. My question is also in the context of the supplementary advice that we've received from MSC is incredibly helpful at forecasting those unintended consequences. But obviously MSC would have been restricted from the amount that they could have commented on this particular group of people, and there will be a particular impact that they will be needing to think through about those parents who will no longer be eligible for child support payments, but will effectively be responsible for their adult children aged 18 to 19. And I want to know whether this should be amended, and happy to prepare an amendment in that regard.
Before I take the next call, just for some clarification for the House, what would be helpful if you reference the clause or the section that you're talking to? And just on the other point around engagement, because I acknowledge that some members have called for engagement as well, if you front load your questions, that will make it easier, I think, for the House to be able to prepare to answer as well. But then also, if you're going to take the full 5 minutes and you're going to load up with lots and lots of questions, that can actually be counter to engagement as well. And just a reference to the member, Honourable Kieran McNulty, my call last time was I wasn't sure whether you were referring to part 1 or whether you were referring to part 2. So just to clarify that, we'll go to Carmel Scholar.
Thank you so much. Point of order.
Point of order, Kieran McNulty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that clarification. My concern, though, is that when a minister informs the committee that a member is speaking to a different part, the committee takes the minister by her word. But she was incorrect. And so it's not actually your query that was my concern, but partway through my call, when the minister says you're talking about part 2, you sit down and check, but I was not. And so I should be allowed the opportunity to continue my call.
Point taken. The Honourable Kieran McNulty.
Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, new section 108A, clause 10, part 1, here we go, we'll continue on. A situation where, let's call it beneficiary A and beneficiary B, have provided information to the Ministry of Social Development that doesn't quite match. They've only given 1 day, 1 working day, to sort that out. Now that doesn't seem reasonable to me, and I would like to understand from the Minister as to why they've landed on that. But what concerns me more is that if after 10 working days from the date on which MSD notified them about the discrepancy, this will essentially affect the benefits, the assistance that both parties get. Now that doesn't seem very fair when it is entirely feasible that only one of these parties has provided the incorrect information, yet both of them will be punished if one of them doesn't provide that information. And what's even worse is that after 8 weeks, if that one of those parties doesn't rectify the situation, their assistance is cancelled. Now, what is the justification there? When you have a situation that identifies that there are two different parties to this agreement, it requires both of them to provide information. If only one is incorrect and that party, for whatever reason, and that could well be incapacity, is unable to resolve that, first of all within 10 working days to be effect by essentially a suspension, and then by 8 weeks of cancellation, that is going to cause considerable harm in circumstances that are quite feasible, where parties, through no fault of their own, they've provided the right information, the person that happens to be in their residence hasn't, but they've lost their benefit, they've lost their assistance, and I'd like the Minister to outline the justification of that.
Honourable Pamela Supplementary.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Pamela Supplementary.
Mr Chair, looking again at Part 1, Section 65AAA, where the definition of border exists. I didn't get the answers before from the Minister about those that may be there for temporary lengths of time or because of emergency situations, but I wanted to ask the Minister whether or not under B for the definition of border, where it says does not include a person who resides at any social housing, whether or not any other exemptions or exclusions were considered, whether or not the Minister considered that another exclusion could be a person who has left urgently an emergency situation such as a domestic violence situation, whether or not the Minister considered excluding from the definition of border a person who may have been moved out from an for evacuation purposes because of a natural disaster emergency, whether or not the Minister considered that a sole parent main tenant who was on the sole parent benefit, who has children who are 18, 19 now, and so has become ineligible for the sole parent benefit, but still has those children residing with her, but they are not working but studying or perhaps working part-time, whether or not they could be excluded as boarders because they decide they want to give their mum $100 a week, knowing that their mother is no longer getting the full amount of the sole parent benefit because the children have aged out. I want to know whether or not the Minister considered any of those scenarios for exclusion from the definition of border, or any other scenarios from the definition of border. I also want to know from the Minister whether or not she considered a time frame with respect to how long someone needed to reside in that residence to be considered a border, given the transient nature of some, the difficulty getting housing, the fact that often people are forced to live with friends or family for a short period of time until they can get in more stable, secure, hopefully, we always hope, permanent housing. Whether she considered under this definition of border a time frame to be attached, perhaps giving them 2 months and then defining them as a border before then incurring the penalty that is being incurred on them now as a result of the legislation that's been passed.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
It's already trying to close the debate despite them moving on urgency. Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask about Clause 9, specifically on the bits that read after Section 69.3, insert and not 3A but 3B, MSP must cancel an accommodation supplement that has been granted if it has been payable at a rate of 0 for 8 consecutive weeks. I want to ask the Minister, where did the 8 weeks figure come from? What informed the decision to put 8 weeks here in Clause 9? So, for example, I can see a greater flexibility being needed. I mean, boarding arrangements, particularly family members, can fluctuate. Sometimes somebody may stay there for 3 months or longer. And right now, with periods of unemployment that are much greater than before, you could have somebody living there for a greater period of time. So I did want to understand where did the 8 consecutive week period came from, whether she may want to give that a bit of flexibility or, just the rationale behind it. And Mr. Chair, following on that, I wanted to draw to paragraph 44 of the Including Borders contribution and the calculation of housing subsidies, because this is something that I would have definitely asked officials about if we have had a select committee, which I don't understand. If she kept talking about how this was something in budget 2024, why didn't she introduce this bill between 2024 and today's budget? Like, we actually could have had proper select committee scrutiny, but on paragraph 44, it talks about the interactions in relationship to the excess income of boarders and how this may affect the assessment of parental income for student allowance. So right now, for many students, they're not able to access student allowance because their parents' incomes are deemed to be too high. For many students, this in and of itself is a disincentive to enter into tertiary education. The analysis presented by MSD in paragraph 44 talks about how there could be a negative interaction in terms of people's eligibility to student allowance. I wanted to ask whether MSD did any modeling around the reduction of people who now qualify for student allowance as a result in the changes to the parental income that are in this bill. And I wonder whether that is counterintuitive to perhaps a goal of a government to support people entering into education, to meet their aspirations and have the qualifications that they can enter a range of different types of employment, unless her intent was to create a low-wage economy, which, I would argue that that's the case, but I'm keen to hear the Minister's opinion on this. I also wanted to ask whether, if MSD did do any modelling around how many people may lose out on student allowance, whether there could be a cohort of people who could end up being left in a situation where they're dropping out of university all of a sudden after the bill's passing. Because you could have people who are, for example, studying the degree, qualifying for student allowance, and suddenly being stripped out of that support as a result of the analysis and, really good observation by MSD of how there will be an interaction, particularly in the provisions in Clause 4, due to this. If there's an analysis by MSD, I'm keen to know if there's data on the different types of ethnicities, where those people may be concentrated. And this is particularly important. Having trained social workers in the past before, I've seen that there's a massive rate of people dropping out, for example, from the social work degree. But this is actually we're starting to see it across different universities. I'm really worried that even, and MSD affirms this, that the bill, and particularly the provisions in Clause 4, could lead to less people being able to sustain themselves in education. Is the Minister comfortable with this interaction? If not, could she be open to excluding people in education from being qualified as boarders? And does she not think that this could be a way to ensure that people who are pursuing education don't end up missing, the parents of students don't end up having an income deemed too high for their children to then qualify for student allowance? Thank you.
Honourable Louise Upston.
There's been a couple of questions about time frame. So in terms of any disputes, obviously we want to ensure that disputes are resolved quickly, which is why there is a disputes process built into the bill. Because what we don't want is for people to either be overpaid assistance, which then of course leads to a debt, and that increases the stress for people who are receiving that assistance. In terms of the 8 days, the 8 weeks is part of the system functionality. It's consistent across a wide range of existing kind of suspension or cancellation rules. So it's a standard time frame that's being used, and that's why there'll be no entertaining of any changes around the time frames.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to continue some of the kōrero around some of the questions in terms of Māori that was put up by Benjamin Dole, but I also have an amendment that the Minister might want to have a look at. And I was listening to Benjamin Dawes' corridor, and I think the points raised, particularly in the areas of the worst statistics, Mr. Chair, have to be repeated. You know, you're talking about some of the worst employment rates going in terms of the country. In fact, that's the only area where we saw a change in terms of unemployment rates, I should say. And there's a lot of consequences from this type of legislation. And with that being the case, I want to ask the Minister what sort of consultations has gone through in that area, given straight after the budget I've received calls from a couple of iwi leaders very concerned in terms of where the government was moving in the Māori direction. So with that being the case, I thought I could help the Minister, and I have put up, she will see an amendment there in Clause 4, Section 65, AAA, before Subclause A insert, when considering accommodation supplements, that due consideration is given to the principles of the treaty, namely the principles of participation, protection and partnership. And I'm sure that could help the Minister very much, particularly now, and maybe bring the government a bit more on side with Māori at the moment, who feel rather depressed, shafted from the current budget. But any type of clause like this would in fact give some encouragement to Māori. So it's a clause that's been put up for serious consideration. It's important that the obligations of the Crown are acknowledged and honoured. And of course the Minister will know, I'm sure, that the principles of participation, protection and partnership not only benefit Māori, but all beneficiaries who are faced with having their benefit cut. And so in installing this type of clause, I think will go some way into giving some encouragement to Māori. So can the Minister explain how the principles I've mentioned are being actioned in the legislation? And maybe she might be able to point them out. How is the Crown going to protect families when they're sanctioned and their accommodation is cut off? Where will they go? That's where maybe the Minister can inform us in terms of her relationships with some of the iwi or Māori organisations, what's happening in that area. And in that participation area, how is the Crown promoting participation when this legislation is being put through under urgency, with no one having the opportunity to participate in the select committee process? It's a real standout. Here we are in the dead of the night, Friday night. I don't know if anyone's watching us. I think they're all watching the rugby. Sadly, they're all watching the rugby, and here we've got this cunning government sliding through this type of legislation in the middle of the night. But seriously, I don't put the principles up, Minister, just for a joke, because you will know that I'm very focused on partnership with the Crown, Māori in partnership with the Crown. So how is the Crown working in terms of partnership with our NGOs, Māori and mainstream community providers when considering this new change? What's the level of consultation, and will the Minister consider implementing what I've put up, which is, as I said earlier, in Clause 4 in Section 65 AA before Clause A, when considering accommodation supplements, that due consideration is given to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, namely in the area of participation, protection and partnership being the I suppose the go-to word, given that that type of corridor is now being questioned by many people, particularly after the budget. So I put that seriously in front of the Minister and ask her, is that something that her or her officials or government would consider?
Before I take the next call, it would help the House, and I know that some members have been doing that, to refer to the clause that you are referring to, also all your amendment papers, and for those of you who are seeking engagement with the Minister, if you front load your questions and give the Minister space to actually answer them, that would be helpful. Helen White.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm referring to the clause 60. It's clause 4, but it's 66 AAA, and we are looking at C and D. There's an amount there of 62%, and you've heard my colleagues suggest that there might be an opportunity to carve out groups that are impacted more severely than other groups, and that's been pointed out by the officials. But my suggestion to you and my question is, do you really believe this is the best method of assessing a fair amount of division when what we've talked about tonight is a lot of situations which are very informal, and they're based on people doing a deal for someone. So, for example, their adult children or their older children, they will actually have them for less money. If they are paying $50 a week, those adult children, and we're talking really teenage children often, if they're paying $50 a week, there's not actually a case in justice for a 62% deduction. That makes a lot more sense if they're paying $200, but if they're paying $50, that doesn't make sense because it won't cover the costs that are outgoing on things like water and food. So what I would like to know from the Minister is, did she consider an alternative method of establishing the amount that should be reduced? Would she now consider an amendment which suggested that now, so that there was a proportionality? If somebody was paying a low amount, which is reflective of a familial relationship or a goodwill relationship or just being a kind person, that there might be a discretion from the MSD to not reduce at that level, which seems to me a lot more just in the circumstances. I'd also like to know how the Minister got to the figure of 62%, because that just seems to me to be arbitrary in this situation. And I'd like to know also, and this is a reference to, again, the supplementary analysis, there are figures there of the amount that is expected to be lost by people. So they are on page 21 at paragraph 74. And so somebody with one boarder is expected to lose $92 per week. One with two boarders is $148. Now that can't be right if they're only paying $100 in the amount as boarders. If you've got a child boarding and they're paying $100, are they going to lose $92? Is that actually what your officials are telling you, or is that based on some sort of averaging of what the estimate is that we think people are paying in board on average rent? So how were those figures calculated as the loss to our families? So we have losses of $92 a week if there's one boarder, $140 if there are two boarders, and $202 if there are three boarders. So can we understand, and I genuinely would like to know from the Minister, what was the methodology used to come up with those figures which are in this report? What does she understand they were based on? And why hasn't she used a proportional response, and would she be able to consider now, would she be willing to consider building in a discretion which allows an unjust situation where the board charged simply won't cover the costs to be an alternative formula rather than a hard 62% of whatever it is? Because I do hear the Minister when she says it's agnostic, but that doesn't seem agnostic to me. That seems blind. It's just blindly stupid to charge people more when they're actually doing people a favour out there in the community. We've heard from my colleague about the well-being impact of that kind of wraparound care. In fact, it's a theme in the night. So could I please have an answer to those questions? I'd appreciate it.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
The 62% is something that was determined in the 1990s in terms of what was considered someone in terms of the accommodation costs associated with board, as opposed to someone who is a renter. And if somebody is renting off you, 100% of the costs are considered accommodation costs. That's why we will not be entertaining any changes, and that's why it's clearly laid out in the definition of boarder and the percentage. So if somebody's charging $200 a week, 62% of the 200 are considered accommodation costs. We've traversed this a lot, but I'm hopeful that the member now understands 62% is the accommodation cost component of board.
Ricardo Mendes-March.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to move us to clause 10 of part 1. So this is in particular the obligations in relationship to discrepancies in information received. This is adding a new section 108A. So what this new section does is basically it's trying to address discrepancies that may arise, for example, from information received by MSD from a beneficiary receiving housing assistance and information received by MSD from another beneficiary who is receiving housing assistance, or a tenant of social housing who pays an income-related rent. And basically what this lays out is the mechanisms that exist to, for example, address these discrepancies. What the analysis report by MSD identified is that there would be an increase in risk of people effectively committing fraud. And so therefore, I wanted to ask, as part of the design of clause 10, whether the minister sought to check whether the fraud services by MSD, which could end up investigating, for example, these discrepancies, are adequately resourced, or whether they would need a boost of resource in order to address these discrepancies. I think this is particularly important because if we look at, for example, the new section 108, 1B3, this is line 10 on page 7, there's language like, if the discrepancy is not resolved to MSD satisfaction within 10 working days from the date on which MSD notified A and B of the particulars of the discrepancy, MSD must suspend. And, there's language here that just arbitrarily has laid out 10 working days. I want to understand what the rationale was behind it. And I also wanted to understand, for example, whether for disabled people, those 10 working days could end up being a barrier, like whether she sought advice around those 10 working days in clause 10, in the new section 108A 1.3, whether they're adequate. How did she come to that conclusion? Was it just arbitrarily decided? Whether she was using other parts of legislation to help guide the decision to put 10 working days here? And going back to my earlier question around the resourcing of MSD to address these discrepancies, I wonder whether MSD had started, whether she would like to address the fact that this may require additional resources for the services that deal with investigating fraud, as well as whether, for example, she thinks staff will need additional training to manage these discrepancies. If she does think that staff will require additional training to manage the provisions in clause 10, I wonder whether she would like to reflect on the fact that MSD did recently tell us that the frontline is oversubscribed, and whether this will be feasible. Because the consequences of those discrepancies not being adequately worked out between MSD and the people receiving income support could be disastrous, right? We know that MSD makes mistakes on the regular when it comes to calculating people's entitlements. And so while I know that automated decision making may address some of this, I'm keen to get the Minister's reflection on what I've asked around areas in clause 10. Now, I did want to ask as well, in relationship to the likelihood of people being criminalized, and by that I mean having to commit fraud in order to survive, whether she did seek advice from MSD around any modelling of, for example, a number of additional investigations that could likely take place as a result of this, whether she has any numbers around the increases of investigations that could be triggered. But I'm also interested to know whether she sought advice around the likelihood of greater benefit review committee hearings occurring as a result of people challenging decisions being made as a result of these discrepancies. So the benefit review committee hearings, for people listening in, are basically the hearings where people can dispute decisions being made by MSD. And so I wonder whether, as a result of the provisions in Clause 10, she thinks those hearings will be more burden. We already hear at the front lines about delays to even get a hearing and an outcome. So again, I know that we haven't spoken about Clause 10, and this deserves adequate scrutiny as it could have really negative consequences of people. So keen to get the Minister's reflection on these.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Chair, I've addressed timeframes. In terms of the 10 days, we want to get the issues resolved. I'm saddened to hear that member thinking that this would lead to an increase in fraud. I don't believe that would be the case at all. This is about people being clear about if they are receiving board from first boarder and a second boarder, that is taken into consideration as part of their circumstances when they are eligible or for the level of accommodation assistance or not. And the 10 days is so that we don't have a situation where people are either overpaid or underpaid, and getting it sorted quickly, which I would have thought that member was interested in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask the Minister a few questions in relation to this, my first opportunity to contribute to this bill. The question I had follows on from the questions that my colleague Helen White was asking in relation to the 62%. I have a different question on a different part of Part 1, but it touches on some similar issues around the original Act that we are amending and the way that percentages were arrived on in terms of the active parts of this particular amendment bill. So I'm looking at Clause 14, 1Q1, and I'm also looking at 14.1Q2 and 14.1R. And all of those proposed new sections that references 38% as a percentage number. And I wanted to check with the Minister. She mentioned in response to Helen White in relation to the percentage 62%, which is a different part and in relation to a different matter, that was agreed on in 1992, I think. It was agreed on in the Primary Act. And I wanted to ask her for this particular percentage of this too was carried over, and if she did in fact think about looking at those different percentages of contributions and whether those are still appropriate at this time. I think the reason it's really important for the House to find that out, Mr. Chair, is because this is an issue that we do have with amendment bills, is when we have an amendment bill, we only have the active parts that are being changed in relation to the primary piece of legislation. And it is actually extremely problematic that we don't have a marked up bill that shows us what is an existing part of the bill and what is a change. And in fact, the way that drafters draft this is that sometimes they change only certain words or numbers, and sometimes they change entire sections, and sometimes it looks like they've changed an entire section, but actually not so much has changed. And it's very difficult for us to ascertain exactly what the position is when we don't have the entire Act in front of us, and of course we can't mark that up ourselves when we're going through urgency without a regulatory impact statement. So these, on first blush, they seem like arbitrary amounts. I appreciate that there's a lot of history associated with this particular piece of legislation and its impact, and I'm sure that there was due consideration when the amounts were considered, and I'd like to know, did the Minister take advice on that and what that advice was? Thank you.
Honourable Louise Upston.
The member refers to Clause 14, 38% is the inverse of the 62% that I talked about previously that is counted as accommodation costs. The 38% is the balance that is not.
Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr Chair, I will say to the Minister that as a result of the debate earlier on where we were debating the clause 4, new clause 65AA under the border definition, I have put forward an amendment that I want the Minister to consider, which adds an exclusion to the definition of border. Currently there's only one exclusion, that being does not include a person who resides at any social housing. That's B. I'm adding C. Does not include any person who has left a domestic violence situation to be in a new home where they would otherwise be considered to be a border. I would like the Minister to let me know whether or not she will take the time to consider that exclusion, considering the very urgent and serious nature of the situation for those that find themselves in domestic violence situations. But I do have another one, and the Minister can let me know whether she's going to consider that. We will, of course, be voting for that because the amendment is on the table. It is part 1 again. It is clause 9, section 69, amended accommodation supplement, refusal, reduction or cancellation of grant in certain circumstances, and it says after section 693, insert 3A. MSD must refuse to grant an accommodation supplement if MSD is satisfied that it would, if granted, be payable at a rate of 0. The next one is 3B. MSD must cancel an accommodation supplement that has been granted if it has been payable at a rate of 0 for 8 consecutive weeks. Now, what I want the Minister to consider is that there are some good people in this world who take on boarders who have high and complex needs. That includes mental health, addiction issues, but is not limited to mental health and addiction issues. And in many of those circumstances, it does increase the risk of the board being inconsistently paid or variable in terms of payment, not through any fault of the lead tenant. And certainly there are reasons for why that can happen for a boarder in that situation. But we wouldn't want to discourage people providing an opportunity for those who have those high and complex needs to be able to take up board within their homes. However, it feels unfair that that lead tenant or homeowner could then have their accommodation supplement refused when there is enough evidence to suggest that they are taking a slight risk and that there will be variable payments potentially, and it could be inconsistent, and there could be some weeks where it's not paid. But to then have MSD have in writing that if it's deemed it would be payable at a rate of 0, then they'll have it cancelled, seems unfair. It also seems unfair that if they've gone for 8 weeks consecutively, then it would be cancelled, given there could be still a risk with the border because of the high and complex needs. And I wonder whether or not the Minister took that into consideration. I'm worried that people will be discouraged from taking on boarders for a range of reasons as a result of this bill, and this is one. It puts them in a potentially precarious financial situation themselves. It does seem that MSD is going to have less flexibility in relation to those who are claiming accommodation supplement. And then what happens to those with the high and complex needs? You know, we know that there are people who struggle to pay their board regularly. Doesn't make them bad people. Often it's just that they have some very, very complex needs. I think many of us would have met someone like that across the course of our life, I would hope, if we're in touch with what happens in reality. And so I want the Minister to consider whether or not there should be exclusions there or exceptions or in some way or another to ensure that that particular scenario is covered off.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
That's me, huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Don't worry. Mr. Chair, thanks. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had a couple of areas I wanted to talk about. The Minister has still not come back to me with the question I had earlier in terms of treaty partnership, Mr. Chair, and any consideration or regard to that when I was talking about clause 465 AAA. So I just want to put that up again because, and I've got another clause, another amendment that I want the Minister to consider. But I have put that up seriously given the current climate, and it is an amendment, Mr Chair, that you've just come into the Chair, clause 4, section 65 AAA, before subclause A, insert when considering accommodation supplements that due consideration is given to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, namely the principles of participation, protection and partnership, which is a serious question, and I think would help the government very much if they went down this track, given that the Crown has a duty to protect whānau, particularly those who have been sanctioned. The Crown always talks about promoting participation. Of course, partnership is the very challenging term that this government is traversing at the moment. But I want the Minister to have a look at Part 1, Clause 10, a new subsection 10A4, and my amendment is about replacing 8 weeks with 12 weeks, and Honourable Kamau Sepuloni has just traversed that area, and so it's another serious amendment proposal. It's about giving MSD a more reasonable time frame to allow beneficiaries to correct a discrepancy before a suspension of housing allowance after identifying where the discrepancy is. And this is pretty self-explanatory, Mr Chair. This is about providing enough time for whānau before housing allowances are suspended. We don't want families kicked to the curb and living on the streets, which sadly is becoming a bit more common than we might think. And it's very hard, of course, to track the figures in this area because all we hear is about whānau leaving emergency housing, but then we don't know where they are going. So I think that we might be able to help that by inserting this type of clause, and also want to know from the Minister what flexibility there is in terms of extending this time frame and the impact that it will have on whānau, while extending the time frame because of the impact that it will have on families, and the rationale behind why 8 weeks is enough time for families to comply. It is a very contentious area when we look at the stats. As I said before, we've got terrible statistics in the housing area, Mr Chair. In the Māori area, that's what I talked about earlier. Māori leading all the worst statistics in terms of homelessness, in terms of unemployment at the moment. So I think that both these amendments would help the Minister immensely, and maybe even Ghana may be able to get some support from some of the local NGOs, because they would see a government that is a bit more caring rather than the punitive type government that it's now been seen as by many in our community at the moment. So is there any consideration to those two amendments? I did not receive any response on the Treaty Principles question. There was no response to that, but Part 1, Clause 10, new Section 1084, replacing 8 weeks with 12 weeks, I think is a reasonable request, given that this is incredibly controversial at the moment, given that so many of our people at the coalface, when I say our people, I'm talking about Kiwis at the coalface, are feeling under attack from this government. Why cannot the Minister consider something that is obviously not so punitive, but a bit more sensitive and caring in terms of our local communities? Thank you, Mr Chair.
Ricardo Menendez March, but I will indicate at the moment that we'll be looking for new material.
Yeah, totally.
I've been following this for some time, so please be looking for new material.
Rightio. So just wanting to evaluate Clause 11, this is the amendments to Section 162, obligations of young person granted youth support payment. That hasn't really been covered. And I did want to ask, why has there been a decision being made that basically 100% of someone who is young and receiving the youth support payment counts as contributions as defined in Section 65 AAA? So I'm concerned about this due in large part because of MSD's analysis, which does talk about the impacts on young people, but I did wonder whether the minister would be open to, telling us what led to this decision. I think that there's an issue with young people who are boarding, negatively contributing to the person who they're boarding with losing income support. When you're quite young and receiving a youth support payment, like that in of itself assumes that there's a level of precarity. And what I worry is that that could create additional stress between the people living there. The provisions in Clause 11 in and of itself makes me worry that there could be an increase of additional stress between the people living with each other. But then if we also look at, and this is new material, something that hasn't been touched on, but I think it could be worthwhile raising it here in Clause 11, and it definitely would have been raised in the Select Committee stage should the Minister had the transparency to have allowed us to have one to evaluate this thoroughly, is in the supplementary analysis, there's a mention around increased friction between people on income support and MSD staffers. That's very explicitly mentioned. And so I wonder, because of what Clause 11 introduces in its relationship to the youth support payment, I think this would be worthwhile raising it. Whether MSD would need to invest in additional measures to deal with this friction that MSD has identified will likely happen as a result of the bill, and if so, what is the dollar figure, if any, of the resourcing that will need to go in to address the increased friction that this bill will cause as identified by MSD themselves. I think the Minister so far has dismissed a lot of the MSD advice that we've been presenting. For example, like the increase in hardship, the increase in homelessness, the increase in need for emergency housing. But I'm really concerned of her disregarding the advice from MSD that talks about increased friction, because, I mean, this is a reflection from the front line. And so, to recap, my two questions in relationship to Clause 11 is whether she would be open to reducing that 100% figure as to not create additional tensions for people who are boarding together, and whether there's been any additional resourcing, training documents, etc., to deal with the fact that she has been advised that this bill will increase friction at MSD offices. Finally, I did wonder whether she also may think that as part of that overestimation in savings that I referenced before, whether that could include in this part, in Clause 11, and the advice that I'm referencing, additional need for security. So does she think that actually there may have to be increased spending and security at work and income offices to deal with the increase in friction? If so, has MSD modelled anything in relationship to increased security needs, for example, including additional lockdowns that may happen at work and income offices due to this friction that has been identified in the supplementary analysis? I find it actually really staggering to see the members kind of laughing at some of these questions. I mean, perhaps as constituency MPs, they haven't engaged with work and income clients who've been affected by a lockdown, which interrupts assistance. But I think Clause 11 would be a good point to raise that in. And while I take the advice from the Chair, I do want to sort of, again, invite the Minister to engage with questions that we could have raised at the Select Committee stage. This is a bill that would have deserved a lot of scrutiny. We're not getting it. So I do want to make sure that the Minister is also engaging with issues that pertain to the clauses, but the broader policy analysis that this bill deserves.
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just my second contribution this evening. My first one was very much along the population group for seniors, but there are a number of questions, short, sharp questions. I'd like to engage with the Minister if she's prepared. We could do it backward and forward, so I will ask the questions, and if she doesn't respond, then I will just carry on. I'd really like to get these through part one. So the first one, Minister, is that the threshold, which is 62%, Helen White alluded to a sort of discretionary threshold. I have an amendment paper that suggests 42%. We know, when I looked at the original Act, that the original Act, I think, was 1997. There hasn't been a reworking of the data, and so I'd like the Minister to consider whether 42%, given the cost of living crisis, would be more appropriate. In section 65 AAA, I'll just wait for the Minister to see if she wants to. No, she doesn't.
I've already answered.
Subsection D, when we talk about the exclusions, it talks about the 62%, and then it says in lodgings at the premises at which P resides, excluding any arrears. Now, the arrears comes from the Principal Act, and removing the exclusion would help those who cannot get an appointment at MSD due to frontline staffing cuts. And we know that because in my electorate, people are finding it really difficult to get appointments. We don't want this to be just an arrears and open slather thing. So would the Minister consider it, would she temper it so that it captures the date that P in the formula first communicates with the MSD to make an appointment? Now, that can be verified, it can be done electronically, it can be done with phone logs. It doesn't disadvantage P, but it does seem very unfair in the current environment that arrears could occur because people have not been able to get hold of MSD. So I'll just pause, see if the Minister wants to respond. Okay, I'll go to my next question, which is around service costs. Service costs in 65 AAA, people have actually wrapped up water supplied to premises as part of the costs, and I think there is actually a miscomprehension that water costs are a legitimate cost, but the original Act excludes them, as does this, and I don't know if any thought's been given to it. But we are moving to an environment with affordable water where it is likely to be metered, and I wondered if the Minister has considered whether just removing subsection B and taking water costs out so it's not excluded, remembering this goes back to 1997, would she consider doing that? Okay, my next question for the Minister is around border. We've had a number of questions around that, but this is a genuine question around tent dwellers, some of whom dwell in other people's tents. We have that situation in Dunedin, and sometimes they are using their equipment, and some of them are using dishonest means to get the accommodation allowance because they absolutely need it. So it's probably not ideal to include a tent dweller in a boarding definition, but I wondered if the Minister has considered whether there should be an extra provision to provide some kind of accommodation allowance, given the normality now of people living in tents and cars. And I will pause, but I have some more questions still on part one. So the Minister is not engaging that. So I want to have a look at section 65, which is around the Accommodation Supplement Discretionary Grant. And the word discretionary has been taken out. And my question is why? Is this about automated decision making? Because in the subsequent section it talks about may grant a person, and I'm wondering if there's kind of trying to make a bright line entitlement. So we have heard that MSD and other organisations are trying to have automated responses using AI, and I just wondered if the reason of taking the word discretionary out reflects that, and if not, what is the impact that the Minister would like to see with the removal of that word? I still have, yes?
Chair. I would have
Honourable Minister.
I would have thought the member was positive about that. By the removal of discretion, it actually means that it will be granted to anyone who is eligible.
Really good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have some more questions.
Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've still got some more questions. This is around, again, replacing another title in section 66 with accommodation supplement, social housing exclusion. I haven't tried to guess at what that means, but the title has been changed, so I presume the Minister is wanting that to have an impact, and I'm wondering if she could explain that. If not, then looking at section 66(1), replacing section 65 with section 65 AAA. And this goes back to something that Ricardo Mendes March alluded to really early on in the piece, and he referenced it around is it about making social housing harder? And I'd like to unpick that a little bit, because when I look through the legislation, it does seem to do that. So Kāinga Ora has been expressly deleted as a community housing provider, and in that section it has been replaced with social housing, which is broader. Now, in the deleted section, social housing has the same meaning as in Section 2 of the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992, but that definition is now deleted. So my question is, what does the government mean by social housing in the new 65 AAA? Is it deliberate to indicate more privately owned social houses, and is it deliberately undefined, which would be a worry from a policy perspective because it means it's really broad? Or should it adopt the same meaning currently used in the struck out section, which refers to Section 62 of the Public and Community Housing Act, and therefore explicitly say so? Now, there may be a schedule that captures it, but I don't think so, and if it does, it's incredibly unwieldy and difficult to follow. So I'm wondering if the Minister could clarify that. Because the problem is that the Act defines social housing as social housing, meaning kāinga ora housing or community housing, and a social housing provider means kāinga ora homes and communities or a registered community housing provider. So it's still different than what is intended by this section. We really need some clarity on that, Minister, because otherwise the cynical view would be that this is some kind of step to privatise social housing and that you're trying to broaden the definition. But otherwise, is there a way that we can get the original definition back in? I have some other questions as well, because I can see the Minister doesn't want to respond yet. She's probably thinking about it. Section 67, amended 67, other funding exclusion, has been replaced with accommodation supplement, other funding exclusion. Again, it's a subtle difference, but I want to understand why the Minister has bothered to change the words there if she hasn't bothered to define social housing. What kind of difference does she expect to see from the change in that title? One of the previous speakers, Mr. Chair, referred to the disability community, and I'm not going to go into that except to say, really on behalf of the disabled community, there has been a lot of criticism about partnerships and about the impact of the current laws on those who are in a partnership and one of the partners is disabled. And so I'm interested to know if the Minister even bothered to look at that to see if there was an opportunity here to make that fairer. When I go to Section 68(1), after occupied, it says insert as a residence. Why has she added those words, and what difference does she think that will make to implementation? There's another one that probably needs a little bit more clarifying, I think, and is a little bit more concerning, which is in Section 68(1)(b). We've got replace accommodation costs with weekly qualifying accommodation costs, and I think I've got an amendment on the table on this. It looks like this is to limit the costs that will be recognised, and also that could be changed by regulation potentially, because weekly qualifying accommodation cost presumably is defined somewhere in regulation. Now, if that's a policy change, the legislative guidelines in the LDAC require those policy dynamics to be in the primary legislation, not in regulation. So my suggestion would be, my question is, why are you making it weekly? Why couldn't you make it monthly or 6 monthly so that it isn't an access to a barrier for people who are needing to articulate this all in a weekly budget? But also, is there an intention, or does it mean that this is determined by regulation? And will she consider my amendment just to cross out the weekly qualifying and keep it as it was in the original legislation? Mr. Speaker, I still have some more detailed questions in part one, but I'm getting through them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā tātou. Clause 11, Mr. Chair, amends 162 youth support obligations, and I want to preface this by saying my questions will come from the context of working in suicide prevention and post-vention for a number of years, and family harm in Te Tai Tokerau, and the number of terrible things that occurred back in 2012 and sadly still occur today, particularly for young Māori men and young Māori boys. So that's the space family harm as well, young mums, older mums, suffering the types of terrible situations nearly on a daily basis, and that's the context, Mr. Chair. So, Clause 11, what works for young people, Minister, is trust and working relationship, and even if it has to be with your MSD caseworker. And discretion is a key part in my experience, my observations, because when you have a trusting relationship and you can trust that your MSD caseworker is going to have your good interests at heart, discretion is a key to be able to apply the practice. And when you take it out, it screws that up. So it troubles me that those sorts of things are being applied, particularly at a time where young people are struggling to trust any authority, and which I understand. I mean, I understand. I used to work sadly in these spaces, so I get how when these things are applied, even with all the best intention, Mr. Chair, that these things stuff up, because rules and regulation that is changed like this without speaking to young people and their families and their communities, you get this kind of messy situation where young people are caught in the churn of this kind of idea making simply because it suits a certain bunch of people. So I'm concerned about that. So, what appropriate guidance will be offered to ensure that young Māori beneficiaries, young people, understand their obligations and rights under the new rules? So this is under Clause 11, Mr. Chair. And then, has the government evaluated the risk of rangatahi Māori falling out of support due to misunderstandings, administrative errors, and just simply deciding that you've had enough of a go, young fella, we're now just going to make the decision for you, at you? And I know, look, I don't mean to mess the Minister's face up the way she's, the way she's grimacing now. I just wanted to, and possibly that's a communication and an answer that she's providing, which is interesting in itself. But let's just put it to you and dismiss the noise on the left. That is a real concern, Minister. I know it to be so. I know it to be so. I've worked in this suicide prevention, postvention. And so, and the risks of that for young people have not changed at all. In fact, they are heightened by this kind of planning without them. So, Mr. Look, honestly, I didn't mean to cause your face to grimace like that, but these are my questions. I'll leave it up to you. Thank you.
Paolo Garcia.
Mr. Chair, the debate on this question now closed.
Now, I'll indicate to members at this stage there's been a lot of contextual and policy questions. I think we're well covered there. Any questions now will be very specific to a part of the bill. And I think you'll hear that message. And Helen White.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment I'd like to ask about, and it is based on the indication that has been made in actually a very early part of the bill, the one that was concerning the number that was being described, but also so the proportionality. One of the things that is in the supplementary analysis is that MSD says it will do a review, and so I would like to propose an amendment that would go in at 15, and it would say that we are committed to a review that would include whether the proportion had worked in the time frame that of the review, which I suggest should be 2 years. That would give us time to see what the impact was and review. And it looks like MSD are already saying they will monitor any unintended consequences. They're saying there are going to be a lot of them. That one is of particular concern to me. And so I'd like to know whether the Minister would commit to the statement here in an amendment, because it sounds like MSD want to do that review. It would just be to extend it beyond what is in this to include specifics, including the proportionality or the proportion of the amount. So I'd be very keen for an answer about whether the Minister would do that, and if not, why not? Why wouldn't we want to do that given the amount of unintended consequences, but also that issue about whether the proportion's going to have an issue and whether we're going to have consequences in the housing market in particular. With people, there's a chilling effect here on people boarding. So thank you. I'm going to keep my contribution short because I know my friend Ingrid Leary would love to take a call.
Dana Kirkpatrick.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to remind the government members, they rushed this under urgency with no select committee scrutiny.
2 hours.
It is well within our right to be asking questions around the impacts of this legislation. I could have been asking this to officials outside of the late night period, but I want to move to clause 14 in relationship to 2 and then going to, 2 and then the new definitions around market rent. So this is where, and this is page 11 on the bill, around line 9, but it's basically line 9 to around line 19, where it talks about how this is defined, market rate rent, that for kainga order housing and for a period means the rent notified to the agency by kainga order homes and communities as being the market rent for that housing. So I think there's an important thing here in the language that the Minister has chosen to use in this clause 14, because if we marry up the language in clause 14 plus the supplementary analysis, I want to understand whether in the definition of market rent that she has chosen to use for clause 14, she considered the highest possible market rent that someone could be subjected to after losing the accommodation supplement and while being in public housing. So I think this is important because what it helps us understand is the absolute highest increase someone could be facing in their market rent while being in a kainga order home, for example, as a result of the language that she chose to use in clause 14. This is important because, as we have talked about earlier, there is a genuine impact on people's lives here. I know that she kept talking about how this bill is agnostic, but the advice that she has been given demonstrates the absolute opposite. So before the members on the government side laugh and think that that the issue of people suffering is funny, I would recommend that they may want to think about how the definition of market rent as laid out in this piece of legislation could have quite a negative impact on people's ability to retain the kainga order home. So I did want to understand as to whether she did talk to kainga order and HUD specifically about the range of market rents that people could be subjected to due to the fact that this is specifically defined in clause 14 between the lines 9 and about 19. I also wanted to understand, if we look at that very same clause, and we're looking at line 4 to about maybe 40, there is the formula that's been given, and I did want to understand whether this formula is something that she chose to just carry on from previous formulas that have been used for calculating someone's accommodation income, or whether this is something she chose to review and to seek any engagement with MSD as part of the introduction of this bill. I also wanted to understand as to whether the calculation of accommodation income is going to be translated or created into something that is more user-friendly. For someone who may have not pursued formal education and taken a level of advanced mathematics, I can see how they may struggle to, for example, take the formula that is in clause 14 and being able to interpret it in a way that allows an everyday person to understand what accommodation income means for them. This is a formula that is A times in bracket 1 minus in brackets B plus C plus D in bracket divided by E in bracket. I mean, I can understand this formula. I did complete my calculus while I was in high school and we were taught that, but I can also understand that many people who are boarding may be trying to navigate and understand the changes that she's making. And I did want to know whether she's devoting any resources to make clause 14 actually digestible for everyday people by resourcing, for example, a portal in the My MSD website where people can calculate what their accommodation income will be like under clause 14. If not, I can see how the negative distributional impacts of this bill could be exacerbated by people not being adequately able to calculate their accommodation income as in the formula in line 10. So to recap, I'm interested to know the highest possible market rent that somebody in Kangaroa could be affected by this bill and whether she is thinking of a user-friendly formula.
Sam Uffendahl.
Mr. Chair.
I move that debate on this question now close.
We are getting very close. There's another factor that does come into this is ministerial participation in the debate. I'll take a call at this stage. Ingrid Leary.
Mr. Chair, we still just have a few more questions on part one. The first one is around clause 8, subsection 2B, where it says replace section 65 with clause 7 of part 7 of schedule 4. In the primary act that goes to subpart 10, the accommodation supplement, and it's specifically in this part, dependent child is defined in schedule 2, excludes a child in respect of whom an orphan's benefit or an unsupported child's benefit is being paid. So turning to that, the fact that this is being put in deliberately, this means, in my reading of the legislation, I'm seeking clarity. Does this mean that the orphan's benefit or unsupported child's benefit becomes part of the calculation of the deduction of the accommodation allowance? And why did the Minister deliberately go out of her way to ensure that was excluded, if that is the case, if I'm reading it correctly? The second one, Mr. Chair, is around tenancy. We've got two different definitions of tenant. There's one in section 8, and it's a very specific one around cash assets. And then we've got another one, and so I'm just wondering which one supersedes. The third question I have is in relation to the new subsection 3A and subsection 3B, where it has referred to the rate of 0, which my colleague, Honourable Carmel Sepuloni, referred to. And this is a bit of a problem because it talks about MSD must refuse to grant an accommodation supplement and MSD must cancel an accommodation supplement, and then it's going about that 0 area. Now, my concern is that there's no discretion there. So MSD suddenly has no discretion to be able to provide some wiggle room, which it has previously. And yet, when we look at the following subsection, at 69.4, the section does not limit MSD's decision to refuse to grant, reduce or cancel an accommodation supplement. So this means MSD must cancel an accommodation supplement with no discretion in the new section 3A and 2B, and yet it has all the discretion to cancel or to reduce it if it wants to in other circumstances. Now that seems to me really problematic. It continues the David and Goliath relationship between the home or the tenant, the principal tenant, and MSD, and it makes MSD the judge, juror and executioner when it comes to eligibility. So if the Minister could please entertain my amendment paper, I have suggested it would be better allow them that discretion, just change the words, just have 3A MSD may refuse, 3B MSD may cancel. If I turn to the other ones that I was looking at, Mr. Chair, I'm making sure that I'm not going to repeat anything. I would like to see the The discrepancy in the section that Honourable Kieran McAnulty referred to, where he talked about the unfairness of 1 working day, we should please have that as two weeks. I think that's a reasonable period of time to be able to get things in order for people who are, remember, these are boarders who are not necessarily, they may be transient, they do not necessarily have the same access and skills as others. 2 working weeks seems about right. Even a week would be better than a single day. Now, I may have an amendment on the table in that respect, but if I don't, I'd really like the Minister to please consider it. Then the definition of tenant, again in section 5, that is a different definition to section 82.2. So why are they different? And why are prospective tenants included, and which one prevails? And particularly if somebody's in a tenancy, but they're going to be in a boarding or social house tenancy for another house, but they haven't yet moved and they're in a private boarding arrangement, for the purposes of this section, which tenancy prevails? Because it's very unclear under the Act, and I would suggest it would be better if there was just one definition of tenancy, and I wonder if it has been because the legislation has been rushed. Finally, I will just look at section 11. If a person resides at any social housing in relation to which the person is an additional resident, really clunky wording. I'm wondering if the Minister can please explain what that means.
Mr. Chair,
I'm really not going to, you expect me to repeat?
I am seeking engagement with my questions around how this impacts, or how this disproportionately impacts disabled people. And I know the Minister has a big interest in this area, so I'm really seeking that engagement, because we know in the Speaker's rulings it says that we look for engagement from the Minister along with good conduct from the House, so really seeking that engagement now. We've heard a range of really important questions from my colleagues on a range of people that will be disproportionately affected, and that is in this report, including Borders contributions in the calculation of housing subsidies, supplementary analysis report from MSD, the Ministry of Social Development. And in this analysis, it talks about a range of people who will be disproportionately impacted. And we've heard it from members on this side of the House talking about Māori, Pacific people, older people, and for my very own question around disabled people. And we are seeking that meaningful engagement, because I haven't heard any of these questions being meaningfully addressed. What we've heard is the Minister answer a range of these questions about specific groups of people, mine included, about disabled people, and the Minister's answer was that this was agnostic, which in my opinion doesn't address the advice analysis that MSD has provided, that on page 25 and 26, that there are disproportionate impacts outlined in this analysis. And so I'm seeking engagement on that. And to recap, this is a massive proportion of our society. 51,459 people, disabled people, on the supported living payments. So when the Minister chose, these people deserve an answer, and that's why I'm seeking engagement on this exact question around how this bill disproportionately affects disabled people, many of them living in kāinga ora homes. It's hard to get accessible homes. It's important that they stay in these homes, and many of the boarders that they have are actually their support workers. So we want to know it's literally in the analysis that says disabled people, section 93, disabled people are likely to be disproportionately impacted by the proposed changes because many disabled people live with a support person who pays board. Due to the limited availability of accessible housing within the private housing market and social housing, disabled people often incur additional costs related to their housing as a result of their disability. Many disabled people also have less choice over whether they live with a support person or not. And we're talking about a large population of people, 51,459 on the supported living payment, 18,486 on the temporary additional support, and furthermore, 15,624 on the supported living payment. So these people, if there was a select committee process, would have had the chance to ask these questions, to give their lived experience as to why it is so important that they are able to have this subsidy. And that's why I'm seeking engagement from the Minister to answer the questions about why these people who are disproportionately affected should be answered. And the legislation, saying that the legislation is agnostic, is completely ignoring the advice and the analysis given by MSD.
Grant McCullum.
Debate on this question now closed.
Carmel Cipollone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Carmel Cipollone.
Mr. Chair, it's difficult when we pose questions and then we don't get a response from the Minister. I don't feel like that is retraversing areas that have already been covered when we didn't actually get a response. However, I did say earlier that I was referring to and wanted to raise issues with the clause 9 of section 1, where it talks about the situations with these changes where MSD must refuse to grant an accommodation supplement if MSD is satisfied that it would, if granted, be payable at a rate of 0. And I raised the issue around boarders with high and complex needs and the potential for their board payments to be variable or inconsistent. And I went away and I actually thought, okay, there is a solution. We can help the Minister by putting up an amendment. So I have put up an amendment and I want to speak to that amendment. What I've done is to add after the word 0 in that particular clause, except in situations where the lead tenant or homeowner has a boarder with high and complex needs, including but not limited to mental health and addiction, and there is a high risk of inconsistent or variable board payments. I want the Minister to take that into consideration because, as has been raised by my colleague Ingrid Leary, this is pretty non-discretionary. The two parts here, or two subclauses, 3A and 3B, say MSD must refuse to grant an accommodation supplement if, etc. And then MSD must cancel an accommodation supplement that has been granted if it has been payable at a rate of 0 for 8 consecutive weeks. There's no discretion in there for the scenario that I've just explained that I've added to the amendment that I'm putting forward. There is another option, and the other option is something that we've also just recently added to amendment papers, and that is for these subclauses to change the language, or the Minister to consider changing the language so that it becomes MSD may refuse to grant, MSD may cancel an accommodation supplement. That would provide a level of discretion in the very least that may not require the amendment that I'm putting forward, which explicitly states the scenario where you would expect MSD to be able to actually, where it wouldn't necessarily apply. So there's two scenarios there I wanted the Minister to turn her mind to for 3A and 3B. She could simply change the language from must to may, or she could take on my amendment which includes the extended version, which spells out a very real and possible situation where they would not have their accommodation supplement refused, and where they would not necessarily have their accommodation supplement cancelled. And so I ask the Minister to consider both options and to speak to them and to let us know whether she will or will not support and to give us a rationale for her decision on that.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I've been clear about timeframes and why I'm not accepting any changes to timeframes. I've been clear about the fact that there are a range of people with different needs and different requirements around boarding, and the legislation is agnostic. We do not want to remove any options in terms of board being an option. It is simply a very simple, practical bill that talks about the fact that any board payment is considered.
Hamish Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to Clause 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā pōti whakaai.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 support. Thank you.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of accommodation costs be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā pōti e ai marika.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendments to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the percentage of contribution to 42% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā pōti e ai.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the percentage of contribution to 25% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e ai ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Patu Māori.
Thank you, Arena. Oh, what am I saying? Whakai anō, e ono. Keep.
The ayes is 55, the noes is 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Ricardo Menendez March has tabled amendments to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the percentage of contribution to 28% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Patu Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendments to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the percentage of contribution to 28% to be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e Māori ka ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
first.
votes opposed.
Te Patu Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert over $700 after pays for board in paragraph A1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New
Te
Zealand.
kau Māori mā ngā poti e ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Patu Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert over age of 32 but under the age of 65 after a person in paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakaaira atu.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Patu Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Mendes March tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert at the age of 36 after a person in paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
No, he's come apart.
Go back and do it online.
Do this one.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
Ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. So we're back to this one here, aren't we? The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert of over $1,000 after pays for board in paragraph A1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e pono rawa atu.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert over the age of 48 after a person in paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert a new paragraph C to exclude a person under the age under 20 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under 19 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of boarder to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under 25 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under 24 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā airporti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
And 8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under 23 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
What are you? 49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under 22 years be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude a person aged under the age of adulthood be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā pōti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Cipolloni's tabled amendment to the clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who has left a domestic violence situation be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Noes have it.
Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā pōti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 3 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārima nā tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is the Honourable Kieran McAnulty's table amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA, to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 4 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Honourable Kieran McAnulty's table amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA, to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 9 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te kaumārima nā pōti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's table amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA, to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 11 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e ai mārika.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arnold Williams tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA, to amend definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 2 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new section 65 AAA, to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 19 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono nā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arden and Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 3 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tika te pepa.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 29 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arden Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 90 days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
Oh, that's me. 49 votes opposed. Sorry.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti
E
Māori.
ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is Arden Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 2 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arden Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 3 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tika tau.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arden Williams tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert new paragraph C to exclude any person who will reside in that residence for less than 4 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Question is that Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert of over $900 after pays for board in paragraph A1 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko rawatu.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert of over $700 after pays for board in paragraph A to B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakaai.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment in Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert of over $1,000 after pays for board in paragraph A to B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tika ana.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to amend the definition of border to insert of over $900 after pays for board in paragraph A to B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Noes have it.
Noes have it. Party voters, please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
ACT, New Zealand.
It's opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 65 AAA to delete paragraph B in the definition of service costs be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clauses 4 and 15 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 8, section 68.2, delete paragraph A3 from the definition of cash assets be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Noes have it.
Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 8, section 68.2, definition of tenant, insert of over $700 after who pays rent, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 8, section 68.2, definition of tenant, insert of over $900 after who pays rent be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 8, section 68.2, definition of tenant, insert of over $1,000 after who pays rent be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 9, section 69.3a and 3b replace must with may be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments to Clause 9, Section 69, 3A and 3B replace must with may be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. Noes have it.
Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Carmel Cipolloni's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69, 3A and 3B are out of order as being the same in substance as the previous amendments. Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69, 3A and 3B are out of order as being the same in substance as previous amendments. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69, 3B replace 8 with 12 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it.
Noes have it.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. We'll just change chairs.
Members, Honourable Carmel Cipolloni's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69 brackets 3B, replace 8 with 12 is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69 brackets 3B, replace 8 with 16 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
first.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69 brackets 3B, replace 8 with 20 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to Clause 9, Section 69, brackets 3B, replace 8 with 18, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e ai Māori ka rawatu.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to Clause 10, new Section 108A, to replace discrepancy and discrepancies with inconsistency and inconsistencies in each place be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e whakai tika.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Helen White's tabled amendments to Clause 10, new Section 108A, brackets 1 and 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to Clause 10, new Section 108A, brackets 1C, to replace 1 working day with 15 working days be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendments to Clause 10, new Section 108A, brackets 1C, to replace 1 working day with 30 working days be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumāori mā ngā poti e tika tau.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 1C to replace 1 working day with 10 working days is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 3 to replace 10 working days with 30 working day is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendments to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 3 to replace 10 working day with 60 working day be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e ai Māori ka.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to clause 10, new section 108... Have I just done that one?
I don't think so.
I'll just check where I'm up to. This wasn't meant to be a test, guys. I think it is. We are. It is. My apologies. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 3 to replace 10 working day with 20 working day be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 10, new section 1081 brackets 1C to replace 1 working day with 20 working days be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Helen White's tabled amendment to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 4 to replace 8 weeks with 10 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau Māori mā ngā poti e tautoko marika ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 10, new section 108A brackets 4 to replace 8 weeks with 12 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote. Party vote.
New Zealand National.
Opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 10, new section 108A, brackets 4, to replace 8 weeks with 12 weeks is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to Clause 10, new section 108A, brackets 4, to replace 8 weeks with 20 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Noes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's table amendment to Clause 10, new section 108A, brackets 4, to replace 8 weeks with 16 weeks be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Yes. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour, thank you.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to Part 1 to replace references to 62% and 38% with 50% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendment to replace Clause 14, brackets 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in support.
Act New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to Clause 14, Schedule 3, to replace 38% with 55% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote's called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 14, schedule 3, to replace 38% with 54% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumari mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 14, schedule 3, to replace 38% with 53% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumari mā ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act
11
New
opposed.
Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 14, schedule 3, to replace 38% with 52% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumari mā ngā poti e whakaai marika.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 14, schedule 3, to replace 38% with 51% be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
E te turu te kaumari mā ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No. No. A party vote's called for, Mr. Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumari mā ngā poti e kore e ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e kore e whakae.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 19 to 30, amendments to other legislation and schedules 2 and 3. The question is that part 2 stand part.
Madam Chair. Oh,
sorry. Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Part 2, subpart 1, clause 25, inserts a new section 118 into the Public and Community Housing Management Act 1992. The new Section 118A sets out what the agency must do if it identifies a discrepancy in information received that is relevant for the purposes of ascertaining the appropriateness of the income-related rent that a person is or was paying. Now, I've got a few concerns about this particular clause, Madam Chair, and I think others may take issue with this clause and probably every other clause in here too. The concern that I have is that the agency, if there is discrepancy between the two tenants, let's say there's a lead tenant and there is someone else living at the property, with regards to how much they are paying for board, then the agency needs to take certain steps. Now, the steps, and I do need to give the context, otherwise what my concerns are not going to make much sense for the Minister, and the questions won't either. The agency must notify A and B of the particulars of the discrepancy as soon as reasonably practical. The discrepancy is not resolved, if the discrepancy is not resolved to the agency's satisfaction within 10 working days from the date on which the agency notified A and B of the particulars of discrepancy, the agency must, on the first working day after the end of the 10 working day period, provide notification to the social housing provider under Section 106 that is applicable. A, the rent for housing must be its market rent for the time being in accordance with Section 72 and in brackets 3, or the rent, so B, for the housing must be determined by the registered community housing provider but must not exceed its market rent for the time being in accordance with Section 92 and in brackets 3. What I want to know from the Minister is what's the difference. So I'm assuming that A is referring to Kāinga order tenants, and there's no discrepancy there for Kāinga order to make a determination of rent being anything less than market rent, and yet a community housing provider, a registered community housing provider for the in-work related the related rent is going to be able to have discrepancy to set it at a different rate to the market rent. I want to know from the Minister what is the difference and why could Kāinga order or MSD not have that same level of discretion to make a determination which means that it isn't market rent. I also want to know, because obviously there's always issues, or not always, but there can be issues with people that are sharing accommodation. What happens if it is found that actually there is a reason for the discrepancy? Perhaps the tenant also, one of them was not able to be contacted. These are often working New Zealanders. They could perhaps be out of the country or not contactable at the time that they're being contacted about this to have the discrepancy sorted. Is there some kind of provision for them to be reimbursed if the decision is made because of the discrepancy to lift it to the market rent level, given human nature, life happens, sometimes people are not contactable. So two very simple questions. We just want to make sure that the safeguards are in place for normal real life situations, and also want to understand why there would be a different level of discretion for community housing providers versus the state when it comes to determining the level of rent in these situations. Why is it that the state would just immediately move to market rent, even though they could have information that shows that even if the worst case scenario in terms of the differences for how much board is being paid, perhaps it doesn't even meet the test for market rent. So why the difference? And then also in the instance that they have a good reason for the fact that they were not able to support with getting this resolved within the time frame, will there be a reimbursement so that these people or person are not out of pocket?
I call Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some quick questions because we will have quite a few of them, so I'll keep them brief in the hope that I'll get more calls. To sup on the previous speaker's question, I do have, in fact, an amendment paper that might resolve it for the Minister. So instead of having within 10 working days, just to be able to get some discretion back into this bill, because we're seeing how draconian it is, an easy and elegant solution would be my amendment paper, which says to replace 10 working days with a reasonable time, given all the circumstances of A and B. So each time 10 working days is mentioned, just to elegantly insert that in, and that does give MSD discretion, but it also means it's going to be reasonable, that taxpayers know that they will use that in a good way. Madam,
can I just check with the member what
this is referring to 118A and then sub 3A and sub 3 and sub 3A.
Thank you.
Also in that subsection, I'll refer to that one first since we're there. It talks about must not exceed its market rent for the time being in subsection B. And I'm just wondering what that means, because it's also referred to in section 20, section 73 amended, and it says about the Kāinga Ora homes, it must be market rent for the time being. That is a really loose term and doesn't provide any certainty for those who are impacted by it. I'm wondering what the policy reason is for that, and whether there could be a tighter definition, or is this going to be something that's just going to go on and on and on? There's no certainty for those who are impacted, or is the Minister referring to the time being because perhaps it's been referred to in some other legislation that we don't have in front of us? I will have more contributions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Louise Upston.
I think the previous speaker, the Honourable Kamal Sepuloni, answered her own question in terms of why it was market rates for Kāinga Ora. And the simple answer is that they set the market rent, so that is why they're separate. Community housing providers have targeted support for their cohorts. They are independent contracted services, and their agreements specify that they are able to determine the rent. So they're able to determine it being less than the market rent. In terms of these disputes, I did refer to this in terms of part 1, and I said I would not be entertaining any changes around any timeframes, so I'm not going to repeat myself there. 10 days is to provide certainty for the two parties that are in dispute. The previous member raised the suggestion that if somebody had gone overseas and they weren't contactable, well, if they were a boarder that had gone overseas, they're clearly not eligible for the accommodation supplement because they are out of the country. The housing arrangement now doesn't exist. The housing arrangement has been null and void, so therefore it's pretty clear what would happen.
I call Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is our first call in relationship to clause 25. And I did want to touch on the answer the Minister just gave in relationship to the disparity that is being unpacked in relationship to community housing providers and state housing providers. I wanted to ask, the Minister just talked about how community housing providers don't have, I guess, the same level of access to just determine the market rate rent. But I did wonder whether, and I asked this because, again, we would be able to ask this in the Select Committee should this have not been progressed under urgency, and we could have just gotten some answers in writing from the agency, quite likely. And we would have been able to even summon, potentially, Kāinga Ora or invited community housing providers to submit around what, if any, analysis does the Minister have in relationship to the distribution of what market rents are for community housing providers across the country. Because I worry that, for example, the way that this has been laid out, and particularly to the ability to either set the rent for the housing at market rent for the time being, or determined by the community housing provider but not exceed its market rent, I did wonder whether that could inevitably lead to community housing providers acting in a punitive manner because of that ability that they would have to determine which option they use, something that Kaingora wouldn't have. What safeguards has the minister created to avoid community housing providers potentially choosing to act punitively? And then I'm keen to understand if the minister asked for a range of market rents that community providers, housing providers could lay out. I ask this because this is really tied to a lot of the analysis that's been provided around low-income people being affected by this. And if we have a community housing provider in an area that has been gentrified recently and is facing higher than previous market rents when, for example, the 10 moved in, the material impact that people could face if a community housing provider puts the rent up to market rate, it could be disastrous. It could push people out. So I'm really curious to know as to whether the minister did ask for the range of market rents that exist for people in community housing providers. The other thing that I wanted to ask in relationship to this clause is what level of consultation, if any, she did have with community housing providers across the country on this specific clause. I think that we did see in the analysis there was limited stakeholder engagement, and it'd be good to know, because I mean beneficiary advocates, for example, in that analysis provided really critical feedback. They didn't seem to like her proposals. She didn't seem to care. But I'm curious to know as to whether, and that is in the paper, Madam Chair, it's not just my opinion, by the way, it's that they were critical, that's in the paper itself. But I am curious to know what engagement she had with community housing providers around the provisions in Clause 25. If she did not have any engagement with community housing providers, specifically around giving them those two options, how is she satisfied that these will be suitable for them if she did not consult with them? So I'm keen to test the level of assurances that we're giving by those providers. And secondly, does she think that community housing providers will need additional resourcing or staffing to then be able to have the capacity and the ability to determine this? Will her ministry then be engaging with community housing providers to communicate that now they will be having these two options? And how will she ensure that these are applied rightly so? And if, for example, a tenant isn't satisfied with the option that the community housing provider has chosen, will they have a recourse, an ability to challenge this decision made by the community housing provider? Again, Madam Chair, these are all questions we could have unpacked at the Select Committee stage more thoroughly, but nonetheless they deserve scrutiny right now. Madam Chair.
The Honourable Carmel Cipollone.
It's just a quick follow-up. Just making sure that I heard the Minister correctly, that she said that you could not travel overseas and maintain or retain eligibility for the accommodation supplement. Can she clarify that? Because I'm looking online, and maybe this bill changes it. We only just got it recently, so we haven't had a chance to traverse it as much as she does. But online it says you can continue receiving the accommodation supplement for up to 28 days while you're overseas if you still need to pay for accommodation costs. Obviously, the point of me asking this is that if there is a discrepancy between tenants and there is an attempt to try and ascertain what is right there, if one's not even in the country and able to respond, does that mean that their rent will be automatically shifted without them having an ability to impact that, and then will they be reimbursed? But I do need to ask you to clarify what she was saying earlier, because what I heard seems to be at odds with the advice that I see online.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
No, because the member referred to a fact if there was a dispute and someone was overseas and couldn't be contacted, how would they resolve that dispute? And I was simply saying if they'd abandoned that, if they'd gone overseas and were no longer in contact, they'd have been out of the country for a period of time beyond that, then clearly the housing relationship had ended.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
That was what you stated.
You're not reading
Madam Chair.
I've called you.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to come back to some of the questions that were asked earlier tonight, but I've actually got it in the new amendment, so I want to come to Clause 73, replace 73 in terms of consideration is given to the in the case of an increase in rent, that consideration is given to the principles of the treaty. The Minister has not once yet responded, Madam Speaker, to any questions with regards to Māori, tikanga Māori, partnership, consultation with iwi, consultation with NGOs, and I have consulted with colleagues around the House, and it is a concern that she continues to ignore the question, given the negative statistics that we're dealing with all the time in this area. And so we're talking, as I keep saying, about the high Māori unemployment, which has gone up to 10.5%, I believe, and that was an increase. There was no increase in terms of unemployment in terms of the general stats, but in terms of Māori unemployment stats, well, you should have been listening earlier, but I'll repeat it just for you since you've got problems with your ears. But so the question is, as I said, just for that member, I don't mind repeating it all, is that will she consider replacing clause 73.4 with, or amending, should I say, amending it to in the case of increase in rent, that consideration be given to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, which I know the National Party values and supports very much, unless David Seymour asks them otherwise. I say that seriously because we've had a number of questions tonight that the Minister has not answered with regards to partnerships and relationships with Māori. I know herself with where she is based. She probably, I would presume, would have a relationship with Tū Whare Toa, and I'm asking that, given the statistics, given the pressures on Te Ao Māori, given what's been happening lately, that due consideration, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, is given to this clause, this amendment that has been put up, and also understanding that if you're supporting the principles of the treaty, you're talking about participation, you're talking about partnership, you're talking about working with Māori. When, where, how, who has the Minister spoken with? Which NGO, which iwi? Has she consulted with her local iwi? Has there been a process of consultation on this, given the ramifications and consequences, which are huge for Māori? The other thing, of course, is it is actually in the Ministry of Social Development Supplementary Analyst Report in terms of Māori being overrepresented in all areas, Māori being disproportionately impacted by the reduction in financial support available to households with borders, Māori overrepresented according to the report in social housing. So this would surely be one of the referencing points for the Minister, and it's very, very clear about the adverse impacts on Māori at the moment, and yet tonight we have not received one response from the Minister with regards to obligations from the government on that, and hence that's why we're putting up this very, very reasonable amendment at this time, replacing clause 73.4 with amending clause 73.4 with references to the treaty, principles of the treaty, and giving the Minister an opportunity, and this government, the National Party in particular, a chance to free themselves from the nonsense from the ACT Party, who continually want to get rid of any references with regards to the treaty right across legislation, Madam Chair. So I would ask the Minister for a reply, a response to that amendment, which has been put up now, and of course has been put up earlier, and also much kōrero about Te Ao Māori with no response. I put that to the Minister, Madam Chair.
I call Benjamin Doyle.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that greatly. I wish to talk to a point that the Green Party haven't had a chance to speak to in this part 2 yet. It does build on what the Honourable Willie Jackson was speaking about, but it is a new and distinct point. The Honourable Willie Jackson was referring, of course, in the Ministry of Social Development's report, the supplementary analysis report, to page 23 when referring to distributional impacts for Māori. My focus instead is on page 26 and relates to clause 23 of part 2 around section 107, which is around calculating income-related rents. And I have concerns that I'd seek clarification, but also some reassurance from the Minister on regarding the risk that this report outlines of the Crown breaching obligations under the articles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Apologies, goodness me. So this is distinct from the discussion around principles, which is being referred to by the previous speaker in regards to an amendment. I'm interested in how the Minister, so I'm just interested in the Minister's response because I'll just wait until, fabulous. So I was hoping the Minister could reassure me of how she will mitigate the risk of breaches that the Crown might make of its obligations to the treaty. Now, my concerns come from the fact that we know from census data from 2023 that per 10,000 Māori, 394 are living in severe housing deprivation. And this social determinant is disproportionately impacting on that population group, that demographic. This is potentially a breach of Crown obligations to Te Tiriti o Waitangi as outlined in this MSD document.
We're not debating treaty breaches, we're debating in the clause you referred to income-related rents.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Ricardo Menendez.
I'd like to seek your clarification on that very interjection, because this is a bill that's under urgency, right? We did not have a select committee period. The MSD advice does specifically quote that. So I'd like to seek some genuine good faith guidance on how you would like us to approach bringing up issues that could have been raised at the select committee as normally is allowed during scrutiny of the committee of the whole house during urgency, and whether those should have been on title and commencement.
In sections in part 2.
Under urgency.
We are straying away from income-related rent calculations into another field. I'm just bringing the speaker and the member back to the part of the bill that he started to address. No, we're just going to carry on.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll quickly wrap it up with my question. So in regards to my concerns around the adjustments to income-related rents, the point is that Māori, we know, earn less, and so therefore are more likely, as the report says, to be disproportionately affected by this change. I'm seeking assurance from the Minister on how she will make sure that that disproportionate effect does not take place. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Point of order. Oh, point of order, Stuart Smith.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw your attention to Standing Orders 316 around amendments of member in charge. So essentially what we have is a whole lot of amendments that are similar, and they under Speaker's Rulings 1113, it says quite clearly if they're having a similar effect, they can be grouped together and voted on as one. And I would submit to you, Madam Chair, that we've had many examples of that through this debate, and that there are many that are on the table that are similar, and they should be grouped together and voted on as one, not being taken with a couple of words different.
I understand the point of order. I'll talk to the clerks about that.
Yes, well, I've already spoken to the clerks. So I think that it's very clear under Standing Orders and it's very clear under the Speaker's directions here. So I think it's crystal clear, actually. Thank you.
I've got a point of order. Tangi Utakiri.
Madam Chair, I thank Mr Smith for acknowledging that. However, that's a matter that should be addressed when it comes to the presiding officer determining how votes are taken at what point they're taken, which is obviously a matter for your discretion.
Is it relevant? Speaking to the point of order.
Madam Chairperson, the Chairperson may select a handful of indicative amendments on which to put a question in order to test the will of the committee, and I would ask before it comes time for the vote to consider putting a selection of indicative amendments
Thank you.
to test the will of the committee.
I understand the point of order. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank
you. It's a quick supplementary question in the spirit of...
Ingrid Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In light of the Minister's previous answer to my colleague, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni, regarding the difference between the accommodation supplement and a benefit, I just want to be really clear that the Minister is basically saying that there will be some kind of, in a way, it's a parity between the accommodation supplement, which working people can get. So if they were to go overseas, for example, to a funeral, under the legislation and given the answer that you have just given to my colleague, if there was a discrepancy, without even the discrepancy being resolved, there would be a 10-day period and then they would no longer be eligible. That is quite a different policy from how we see the accommodation supplement currently, and it also puts a different burden of proof because there is an entitlement to the accommodation supplement which now is basically taken away without the facts being established. So my question is did she really intend that answer, and is that really her policy intent? If it is not, then perhaps she could consider an amendment. I do not have one on the floor. I could draft one, but it would be relatively simple to have another subsection that just said in the event of overseas travel or other activities that would prevent the discrepancy from being resolved, that the MSD would have a discretion to be able to extend that period, because otherwise this is an incredibly big change to the policy, which is now saying that working people are being treated the same as those who are beneficiaries in terms of what their entitlements are. And I can't believe the Minister is intending that, and I would really like to seek her clarification. If that is her intention, I promise I won't ask further questions about it.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Louise
The comment I made to the question from Carmel Sepuloni was related to disputes and the 10 days, and I answered in part one. I'm answering again now. I'm not going to entertain any change to an increase of time from the 10 days. I've stated that multiple times in the House now. I will state it again. I will not entertain any change for the 10 days, because what we don't want to see is people either receiving too much in terms of accommodation supplement that then creates a debt that they then have to pay back. So we want certainty. If there was a situation, and the previous member stated, where the person couldn't be contacted because they were overseas as an example, so I'm not talking about any change, and I don't want to be misrepresented in this House.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to draw your attention to subpart 2. This is clause 29. So these are the amendments to public and community housing management prescribed elements of calculation mechanisms. One of the reasons why I want to draw attention to this is because, as you may remember, in part 1 we discussed the definition of border. And that's now being defined in the legislation and changes to the Social Security Act. But in the changes to the amendments to public and community housing management, there's a different word that is being used, that is resident. And so I did wonder whether that was intentional. So, for example, there's language in these changes that talks about, for a person who is an applicable person in relationship to any social housing, the value of any goods or services provided or paid for by, quote, an additional resident. So the word resident is used in this part of the legislation, but I note that she made big efforts to define border and the Social Security Amendment Acts. So the Social Security Act and changes in Part 1. And I wonder whether that's what the rationale was to use different language here, because that to me then means she could be creating different sets of categories. What could distinguish a border, as she has defined in the Social Security Act or under this bill, to a resident? That to me doesn't seem to be, the intent. If I'm on the wrong track, I would like to seek some clarification. Once again, I'm asking these questions because this is exactly the kind of stuff we could have sought, views and opinions in an exchange with the PCO and officials. But the only recourse I have to seek clarification here is under the committee of the whole House. So I just want to make sure that the language around resident is intended to be this way, or whether she would have meant border. If so, if it was the former, we would be quite happy to table an amendment to make sure there's consistency in the language, but we wouldn't want to do that if this is how the minister intended it to be so. Again, this is important because with the government also moving to, remove plain language use in legislation, I worry that then people reading different parts of the legislation that she's changing, that will then start saying different language. So to surmise, I'm pointing attention to the chair to clause 29, the use of the word resident, and whether this is distinct from the definition she made in relationship to border.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Louise Upston.
Madam Chair, Part 2, Subpart 1 is amendments to the Public and Community Housing Amendment, Housing Management Act 1992, which has a different definition. Additional resident in that piece of legislation is equivalent to border in the Social Security Act.
Helen White.
Madam Chair,
Point of
I would
order,
like the
point of
Minister
order,
to look...
Stuart Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to draw your attention to 17 table amendments that were lodged at 9:50 p.m. by the Labor Party. They are all repetitive. I think they should be taken as one.
Thank you. I have got the clerks working on it. The difficulty we have is that because of the volume, it's going to take some time to group them. But the clerks are working on that now.
We'd be happy to just take one vote on them. They'd be quite happy.
I'm sure you would be. Speaking to the point of order, Tangi Utikiri.
This essentially is the second time that the government have raised this issue. I would ask that you, if you're going to be effectively asked to consider that prior to the vote being taken, I would also like to point out that those specific amendments that have been tabled by the Labor Party relate specifically to individual clauses that cross-reference particularly specific other pieces of legislation, other sections. So for Mr Smith to indicate that they are all seeking to perhaps delete a section or a clause, yes, that is correct. However, the implication and impact of those are discreetly, quite specifically in isolation.
And I assure you that will all be taken into account. Yes. No, I think we've covered this. We've got a team working on it as we speak. We cannot do anything until we get towards the end of the debate to be sure that there are no more tabled amendments. And until then, there's not very much else we can do.
But they are trifling with the
That's
House.
my call.
Madam Chair.
Helen White, take two.
Madam Chair, I want to look at, I want the Minister to look at its clause 25 and it's 118A, the discrepancies in information received relevant to rent, income-related rent. Now, when I went through that paragraph, it was incredibly difficult to make sense of the way it's written. So you go down to the C of that. You have to almost read the whole thing to even try to make sense of it. But it seems to be in a very strange order. some of the matters relate to a process which double back on themselves. So you've got a process in C where you have to have done the following before that takes part. It doesn't seem a very logical order for things. And then you have in subsection 2, the agency must notify people. That seems to be something that has to happen over the whole section. So I'm wondering whether the minister can see that there is a process piece which should be all together, and that 2 should be removed and put further down. It belongs to where subclause 4 and 5 are, because though they're prescriptive for the whole clause, I still am not very happy with the way that C is worded, because it doesn't flow. I presume that's just because people have been incredibly busy rushing through this, but I am concerned about what it means in terms of what order things go in. So if the minister can just work through with me, what is it that somebody does under that clause? What order they go in? Because you've got a 1-day window, and I'm not sure, reading this, which bits go first, basically. And I know it's 11 o'clock at night, and it might just be that I haven't had enough sugar, but I suspect it's not. And it's actually because the clause refers to things in a very strange way, and it loops right round. So could the minister describe what an ordinary person who reads the Hansard or is expected, what is the way that this is supposed to go? Does the minister know? Because it would be a good start, because I certainly can't work out which order these things go in. And whether the minister would have an amendment where we took 2 and we put it down the bottom. And I can see the minister is nodding her head, but that's not really an answer for the record. So I would like an answer for the record as to whether this clause is suboptimal in its drafting, so that people will get confused, and what happens in the 1 day. Just what happens in the 1 day. What is that group supposed to have done, and in what circumstances do they do it? Who do they notify? Do they notify before the 1 day? Do they notify before the 10 days? Can we just have the order of what's supposed to happen in that clause?
Let me make it really simple for the member.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
MSD identifies a discrepancy. They check their records. If they can't resolve it in 1 working day, they notify the clients of the discrepancy, then the 10 days start.
With respect, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I think I can help everyone tonight, Madam Chair, because they're hearing a lot of repeat questions. So I'm always happy to help the government in this area. And I'm doing that by talking about 2 or 3 amendments that I'm sure will help matters. And in Part 2, amend Clause 23, after the words household income, insert and replace it with household residential putia. I think the government will be happy with that. That's Māori, just in case some of them didn't know on the other side. And I'm going down this track because given what's happening, and given that we've got a minister tonight who hasn't answered one Māori question, that it's probably appropriate that I put another Māori question and another Māori amendment. Because, Madam Chair, while there's complaints about repetition, us on the Māori side here haven't had one response with regards to partnership, with regards to commitment, with regards to Te Reo Māori. And so that's why I want to help the minister by putting up a very reasonable amendment like that, Madam Chair. Amend Clause 23 after the words household income by inserting and replacing with household residential putia. Also, I want to go even a little bit further just for the government, because I know in their hearts they want to support Te Reo Māori, but sadly have shown some sort of strange attitude and strategy towards it over the last few days, particularly with regards to the Māori language signs. In part 2, amend clause 23 after the words household income by inserting another option, Madam Chair, household pūtea. That's another amendment. And then another one just for the Minister to consider is after clause 23, inserting and replacing it with household kete moni, which is about having money in a kit and very, very accessible for Māori at ground level, Mr Mooney, who have been suffering under your government and need some support, Madam Chair. So I'm asking again, in connection with the earlier questions, what is the commitment from this government in that treaty area? What is the relationship with ngā iwi Māori, with Mātā Waka? What is the consultation process? All of this is linked to the Māori questions, and I think it's appropriate, given the Minister's own organisation, MSD, is particularly clear about this, that there has to be regard for the negative statistics and the huge disparities that are happening at the moment. Mr Mooney knows this, he chairs our committee. Sadly, he doesn't understand what I'm talking about tonight, but it goes with the flow in terms of National Party MPs. But we have MSD, who are the major player here, saying to the Minister, saying to the government, Madam Chair, there must be some regard for Māori, there must be some regard in terms of the partnership, and we've had a Minister here tonight who hasn't answered one question, not one question, with regards to Māori, whether it's from me, the Greens, Te Pāti Māori, not one response have we had. What does that say to our communities out there? It says that we have got a government that does not... I'm coming back to it. We've got a government that doesn't care about Te Reo Māori, doesn't care about the statistics, doesn't care about what's happening at ground level. So I reiterate, part 2, amend clause 23, after the words household income by inserting and replacing it with household kete. You got that, Madam Chair? You don't need me to continue? No? Quite happy to.
3 times, isn't it?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Joseph Mooney. I'm going to take 1 or 2 more questions, but I've got to say even the Labour Party is saying they're repeating themselves. So there's very little left here. I'll take a call from Steve Willis. Steve.
Go to schedule 3.
Sorry, Scott Willis. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate this opportunity because this is the first time I have been able to take a call on this subject. And I hear some surprise from across the House. My real concern for this in part 2, I'm thinking that we have an issue here with the Healthy Homes Act, and what we're understanding is that this Act has been in place for quite some time, since 1992 in fact, and this is something that we are finding that even Kāinga Ora isn't aware of or isn't necessarily making sure that properties are up to scratch. So if we're thinking that we are now looking at the increase in rent for Kāinga Ora homes, this is the section 73, replace section 73(4)(a) with, in the case of an increase in rent, the notice must comply with section 24 of the Residential Tenancies Act 1986, except subsections 1D to H and 1A of that section do not apply to the increase in rent if Kāinga Ora homes and communities have received a notification from the agency under sections 106 and 118A(3) of this Act, that the rent for this housing must be its market rent for the time being, and B, to the extent that Section 7.4 of this Act provides otherwise in any other case. Now, Madam Chair, my concern is we don't know whether the rent and how appropriate Kaingora has been with its tenants to make sure that the properties that they're renting respect the Healthy Homes Act. So the question, the answer I'd like from the Minister is, if we are ensuring that they're complying with the Act, which acts are they complying with? Are they also complying with the Healthy Homes Act? Because we know that this is not being complied with at the moment, and this is something that has been widely talked about
as it relates to this bill.
So, so to bring it back to the changes in rent, which is the Section 73 amended, if the Minister could be clear, if we are looking at rental properties, how are we going to make sure that these properties are actually suitable to be rented? Are they up to standard? Are they meeting existing acts? Or is this simply a fix that is ignoring the problems that already exist in the sector? So if the Minister could give us a response to that, I would really appreciate it. And if you'll forgive me, Madam Chair, I've come to this with a particular focus because this is something that is a real problem for our most vulnerable, and it happens to even those who are renting Kaingora homes. So we need to be mindful not to create extra problems, extra situations by overlooking the existing challenge that we have. So I'd really appreciate a response from the Minister, and that is in relation to Section 73 amended, changes in rent. So the section that says replace Section 73(4), and I read that out before, so you can pick that up. But also Section 93 amended, changes in rent. Replace Section 73(4) with, in the case of an increase in rent, the notice must comply with Section 24 of the Residential Tenancies Act, which relates to the Healthy Homes standards. So if the Minister would like to give a response, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is a very simple piece of legislation. It's very tight. It's about the relationship between boarders and the accommodation supplement and their income-related rent. It's got nothing to do with the Healthy Homes regime. I know that might be of interest to that member, but it has got zero to do with this bill.
Nancy Lou.
Move that debate on this now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. We're taking a vote. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is agreed to. Point of order, Kieran Makanoti.
Madam Chair, Arana Williams sought a point of order before the vote was called. She informed you of that and you ignored her. That is totally inappropriate.
I had already called here.
She called the point of order beforehand.
I'm sorry, I did not hear it. There was so much...
And you were informed of that, Madam Chair.
I can take the point of order now. Point of order, Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you might like to know, Madam Chair, that the motion was incorrectly put by the member. It did not follow the prescribed wording for such a motion.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So the motion should not have been put.
Joseph Mooney.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour. I am putting a vote.
No, you can, Madam Chair, you're not able to. You cannot. There are two consecutive closure motions that you have sought.
Settle down.
There's a process to follow.
So we're just going to get some advice on putting the correct motion. Not just now.
Hello, Madam Chair. How can I help you?
Hello, James. We had a closure motion apparently that was incorrectly put.
Okay. Whether or not the closure motion is put correctly or not is a decision for you, Madam Chair. So although you might have received points of order, whether or not the words were accurately used is a decision for the chairperson.
I understood what some means.
Did they use? Are you concerned as to whether or not they used the correct words?
Yes.
Okay, then that's a decision for you to take as chairperson. Whether to accept the closure motion is up to you.
That can I put it correct? Can I do it? Can I take another call?
If you're happy that the first closure motion was put correctly, then there was a question in front of the House. If you're not, you've given the call to Joseph Moon, and there's another closure motion. You're welcome to put the question. Whether to do so is a decision for you as chairperson.
Okay, which I've done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So my decision stands, and the question was agreed to. Point of order, Tangi Utakiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of that, given that there is specific wording outlined in standing orders for the way in which a closure motion must be put, and it is contended that it was not put, to then accept, following on from that, another closure motion, although a correct closure motion, without seeking to give it to an opposition party or anyone else who's seeking the call for any other purpose, we contend is out of order and invite you to perhaps reconsider your decision. Otherwise, I will move that the Speaker be recalled.
Speaking to the point of order, Joseph Mooney.
Two points, Madam Chair. The first is that I understand the motion needs to be close to, but doesn't have to be exact. The second point is that it's actually disorderly, to interrupt a vote, which is what has happened.
And that is the advice I've received from the clerks. If I understood what the closure motion meant, even though the wording wasn't exactly correct, it was at the end of the day, it was my call. I did put another one to get the wording correct, but the decision is still the same. So, is this a new point of order?
Well, I'm going to seek an action that I can only do through a point of order, Madam Chair. So, point of order.
Point of order, Kieran.
I move to recall the Speaker.
Mr. Clark, can you take care of that?
There is a long convention of where a party moves to recall the Speaker that is agreed to, but there is also a long history of speakers ruling that it is a matter for the chairperson to decide whether or not to accept a closure. So, if you wish to put the question on the Speaker being recalled, then you can do. I need to.
Do I have to put the question?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it a House vote?
Yes.
So I'll put the question to the House.
Yes. Yes, a party is sought to recall the Speaker, so yes, Madam Chair.
So protocol says that I need to put the question that the Speaker is recalled. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Well, that's the advice I was given. This is the okay.
Go on. Keep talking. Go slowly.
Go slowly.
With the vote on the speaker. That's fine. Take your time.
It's 11:15.
Yes, I know, Madam Chair. Take your time. Grab a chair, please. Okay, so if a party vote is called for, we can have a party vote, but it's highly unusual for it to be opposed.
Okay. Right.
The Speaker's ruling.
We have got some clarification from the clerks and some speakers' rulings, speakers' standing orders. So I was able to put the question that the Speaker be recalled. However, by convention, members do not oppose a motion to recall the Speaker, but if a party vote is called for, I declare the result on voices. And this is the other...
It's the Speaker's ruling. It's the Speaker's ruling that is referring to.
Yes, so that's referring to Speaker's ruling 81(2). Point of order, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, given you were quite happy to take two closure motions concurrently, which in itself is against convention, surely you would therefore, given you've just read out that Speaker's ruling, that you would be willing to put the question again, and perhaps the government members may like to reflect on their decision, given that it is against the convention of the House, and no one here, I'm certain, can recall another occasion when that indeed was done.
Speaking to the point of order, Tim Vandermolen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member may have a short memory because that member himself voted exactly against this motion in the last Parliament and voted down an attempt by the then opposition to recall the Speaker. But that point aside, Madam Chair, it is clear that you have the sole discretion to rule on closures. You have done so and then been interrupted repeatedly, which is disorderly, and the vote should stand.
And that is the advice I have been given as well. Is this a new point of order, Mr. Kieran McAnulty?
I move to recall the Speaker.
The question is that the Speaker be recalled. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No. Party vote. Recorded on record.
A party vote is called for. Well, if a party vote is called for, the Speaker's rulings say that it's declared on the voices. Well, I haven't got to that yet because I was interrupted by a point of order. The noes have it. The reality is, in declaring or accepting any motions on the floor, is at the sole discretion of the chair. Maybe it is hard to believe, but that is the rule. We are going to change chair. Is this a new point of order? Because I don't think we need to read. New point of order, Joseph.
It's highly disorderly for a member to be challenging the chair.
And it is a matter for me, but we are getting very... maybe it's just the hour, but I think we all need to settle down.
I'm wide awake now.
So am I. We are...
One moment, Madam Chair. We need to get her from the corridor.
Sorry, we're just waiting on a new chair to come. A point of order, Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, we are awaiting the process, the vote to be conducted.
Yes, we are.
The closure motion having been accepted, so the vote will now take place, presumably?
Yes, but we're just waiting to change roster.
You accepted a closure motion, then you took some points of order. You've put a question on recording the speaker. You still have the question of whether or not you still have the vote on the closure. The question is the debate on this question now closed. That's the question that's in front of the House.
I think I've already determined that.
You haven't.
Not since
you've not put the question, Madam Chair. You can swap the chairperson if you like. You accepted the closure. My advice would be to put that closure question. Well, you were satisfied that the first closure you obtained was sufficient. You've then taken a series of points of order. Members have sought to recall the speaker, which has been declined. There's still a closure motion in front of the committee.
Okay. It appears that there's still a closure motion in front of the committee because I did take a second one. So I'm going to put the closure motion again. That debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Madam Chair, if you wish to change chairperson, then give it time. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just pause for a second, Madam Chair, while we organise ourselves so we've got the correct questions in front of us. Okay, look, so this is start with this. Yeah, have you got those in your hand? Yes. Okay, mate. Okay. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Right. Okay. So what I'm going to say to him is that once we've started voting, the only option is to stay here till we're finished. They are not. We have not had a chance for the clerks to group them in the groupings, as this side have asked for. There is an option to pause voting at midnight.
Bear with me a second. In order to pause at midnight, you would need leave to pause at midnight.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Talk to the committee about that if you'd like to.
Okay. Okay, people, we've got ourselves into a situation here where we have a huge number of amendments which haven't had a chance to be grouped. We have a vote that has been called. We have a couple of options. One of them is we start voting and someone may choose to seek leave to, at midnight, pause voting and we can carry on voting in the morning. Or we're just going to have to take one vote at a time and it's going to be a very long night. So, point of order, Stuart Smith.
Madam Chair, I raised this before with the previous chair that there are so many amendments that are so close together, which
Yes, we know that. We know that, but we haven't had a chance. They are still actually coming in, Mr. Smith. The amendments were coming in as I was out there, and there has not been a chance to group. I don't have groupings in front of me.
Well, Madam Chair, I do, and they are
Well,
here.
no, I don't. Exact for the chairperson, not for the House. And I'm not going to accept a process that's going to create a precedent. So
I realise that, Madam Chair, but the point is here that what will happen with this is you're setting a precedent that that members can jam the system up by throwing in a whole lot of amendments just prior to a vote going in so that they can effectively filibuster the House. And that has consequences that will be quite long-lasting. And remember that the sides of the House are changed from time to time, and the other members on the other side will experience the same thing.
Yeah, look, we get all that. We get all that, but I don't have... point of order, Kieran McAnulty.
Well, the first point, Madam Chair, is I don't think it's appropriate for members to threaten others with future actions of that nature. But it is actually quite clear and spelled out in standing orders that amendments, or proposed amendments that are similar in nature can be grouped.
Yes.
But it seems to me that your explanation to the committee is that the clerks on the table office simply hasn't had the time to be able to do that before the vote was called. And the fact that the closure was accepted when it did, and the vote commenced when it did, that has caused the issue.
Yes.
It's not a situation of precedents being set.
Right.
The rules are quite clearly outlined in standing orders.
Yes.
And if your suggestion to the House is that we can either commence voting now and every member remain on precinct for quite some time, or that we get the leave of the committee to conclude the vote at 5 to midnight, then I therefore seek the leave of the committee to commence the vote and conclude the vote at 5 minutes to midnight to allow the chair to be able to report progress.
Leave is sought for that. Well, it's... you can... Yeah, leave has been sought, though. I want to actually put that... Okay. So I just want to clarify that leave would be sought to suspend the vote at midnight, but it wouldn't be reporting progress.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
so leave is...
Just for clarification.
Yes.
Simply trying to put into motion what you've suggested as one of the options of the committee, and if that's how it's worded, then I so word it.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order was Joseph Mooney first.
Yeah, just for that clarity, just note under 38.12.3, I'll just read it out because this was mentioned before, where multiple similar amendments are proposed with a single provision, the chairperson may select a handful of indicative amendments on which to put a question in order to test the will of a committee.
I get that, Mr Mooney, but I haven't actually had the ability to have those in front of me to do that process. So, and I'm not going to accept that someone else has done that process. Different point of order.
Madam Chair, the motion or the leave was sought to suspend the House at 5 to 12, to be precise. So just to ensure that the members' leave is actually correct in what he said.
Yeah, so I am going to put, I'd like, so we're very clear, I would like the Honourable Kieran McAnulty to repeat the leave that he was sought, so everybody's very clear of what he was asking for.
Okay. I thought we'd sorted that actually, Madam Chair.
Yeah, well, I
anyway,
think we have too, but I think we have. I'm clear
so
on
do
what
I.
you've
Okay.
said, but I just want to make sure the
All
House
right.
is.
On the basis of this discussion and the advice and guidance that you've given, I seek leave for the committee to suspend the vote at midnight.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection?
Yes. Bring it on.
Well, right. Okay, so the question is, that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to delete clause 19 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 74. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 20 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti I whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 20, new section 73 4A, to replace all of the words after rent if with the agency considers it to be in the interests of fairness to the tenant be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 21 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 22 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 23 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household manaakitanga be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household kāinga income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
8
New Zealand
opposed.
First. Can you repeat the vote, Madam Chair?
8 opposed.
Who did you want to repeat the vote?
New Zealand First.
Could
8
New
votes
Zealand
opposed.
first, please?
8 votes opposed.
Thank you.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household whānau income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household kete moni be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendments to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household pūtea be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One moment. New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
Andy.
Eight opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household residential pūtea is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with household revenue be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is... Point of order, Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I think that last one is an example here of the challenge we're running into, and I refer specifically to Speaker's ruling. Madam Chair, I refer specifically to the Speaker's
Mr.
ruling
van der
here.
Molen, we have run ourselves into a space where I made it very clear as the Chair that we didn't have time to have them grouped and analysed. The committee has made a decision to go forward on the vote, and on that basis we're going to carry on with the vote.
Then you understand where I'm referring to. It's specifically Speaker's ruling 128/5, which states proposing amendments, this is a point of order which is to be heard in silence, proposing amendments that simply seek to change the order of words in a particular clause or substitute words with the same or very similar meaning. And that last one was a prime example where the word income was proposed to be changed to revenue.
Well, look,
that are of such a
I
similar
made it.
meaning,
No,
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
van der
that
Molen
you
will
have the
resume
ability
your
to rule
seat.
that out.
Resume your seat, Mr. van der Molen. We made it very clear before the vote, and the committee made its decision. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with residence income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with residence revenue be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with property income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8 votes
First.
opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Kieran McAnulty's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the word household income insert and replace it with household moolah is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to clause 23(1) to after the words household income insert and replace it with whānau earnings be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kau...
Ngā poti a tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez-March's tabled amendment to Part 2 to replace references to 62% and 38% with 50% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 23, 4 and 6 to replace references to 62% with 30% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Which one of these two? I'm happy to rule these out.
given the...
If you'd like to, Madam Chair, you're very welcome to.
I just need to say that Ricardo Menendez match, I'm declaring it ruled out. Is it similar to something that's just... What wording?
Inconsistent with the previous decision.
Okay.
So Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to clause 23, 4 and 6 to replace references to 62% with 28%. I am ruling out because there's a lot of talking going on. No one will know what they're voting for in a minute. I'm ruling that one out because it's inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. And I'm also ruling out Dr. Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 23, 4 and 6 to replace references to 62% with 25% is also inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Ricardo Menendez March's tables amendment to clause 23, 4 and 6 inserting that exceeds $600 per week is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 24 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. No. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendments to clause 25, new section 118A, to replace discrepancy and discrepancies with inconsistency and inconsistencies in each place be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
That one, Madam Chair, yes? That's what I just read out.
Yes.
That is outrageous.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Helen White's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, replacing 1 working day with 10 working days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment clause 25 I'm ruling out as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee because it's also looking at changing working days. I'm ruling out Ricardo Menendez-March tabled amendment to clause 25, which is also looking at replacing working days, inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. And I'm also ruling out Ricardo Menendez-March's tabled amendment to clause 25, which is looking at replacing 1 working day with 30 working days as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. And I'm ruling out Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 25, looking to replace 1 working day with 15 working days as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Is that the same amendment? That's the 1 working day. This is a new one. That's a new one. Yeah. The question is that Helen White's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A3, replacing 10 working days with 15 working days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Ricardo Menendez-March's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A3 is out of order and as being the same in substance as previous amendment of Helen White's amendment to clause 25. I'm ruling out Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to clause 25, which is wanting to replace 10 working days with 20 working days as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. I'm ruling out Kaharangi Carter's tabled amendment to clause 25, replacing 10 working days with 30 working days as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. And I'm ruling out Ricardo Menendez-March's tabled amendment to clause 25, replacing 10 days working days with 60 working days as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A3, replacing the agency must with the agency may use its discretion whether or not to be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
Yes, Madam Chair. New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendments to clause 25, new section 118A3, paragraphs A and B, replacing must with may be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti ai tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, could you just pause for me for a moment and allow me just to talk to my colleague? Yes. Thank you.
Just going to pause for a second.
We have, yeah, we do. So that, yeah.
Okay.
So when we get to 28.
That's this one.
Yeah. Then go through to this one.
Because we've just turned the page.
Yeah.
So that one is that one. That one is that one. That one is that one.
That's right.
And these are no longer. So we've got the crib sheet out of the chairperson and move to this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you a new crib sheet, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
We're starting here, are we?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. I'll be right with you. So this is where this is the next question to put. These ones were not previously on the crib sheet. These were the amendments that were not made it onto the crib sheet by the time the closure was taken. So these are the ones that weren't there before. But that's the question that you're up to, sir.
Okay. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to delete clause 26 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e tōtuku ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to delete clause 27 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
Mr. Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to delete clause 28 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Party Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakaai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 23 brackets 1, 2, after the words household income, insert and replace it with family income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Slowly getting up to vote.
City's here.
Yes.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakae.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to.
No, Mr. Chairman. Essentially what I'm saying is you've got some votes coming up that are very similar, and after putting a few, you might want to then say, oh, whether or not you like the previous chairperson, you then look at them and say, actually, they're very similar. I'm going to rule them out as inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. After that's exactly the wording. If you think, for example, if you think that amendment is the same as that amendment, or it's for, you can rule it out as inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. That is up to you.
The question is that the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 23, brackets 1, 2, after the words household income, insert and replace it with whānau income be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed. So they're going to...
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā pōti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakae.
Yes, no, as you go through them, informing the House of what your decision is.
Say the amendment.
So, the amendment in the name of the Commissioner to clause 23. You can read some of it if you want to explain what it is. And you can rule them out, that's up to you.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The next amendment, the amendment in the name of the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna, tabled amendment to clause 23, bar 1, is inconsistent with the previous decision that's already been taken, so is out of scope. The next amendment, the question is that the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 23, bar 1, is also inconsistent with the previous decision, so is also ruled out of scope. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 23, bar 1, 2, after the words household income, insert and replace it with the household stipend is also inconsistent with the previous decision and is out of scope. The question is that the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 23, paragraph 1, 2, after the words household income, insert and replace it with family earnings is also inconsistent with a previous decision and is ruled out of scope. Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 10 working days is out of order as being in the same in substance as previous amendment by Helen White. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 12 working days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā pōti e whakae.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakae.
Mr. Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 3 working days is inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 5 calendar days be agreed to, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 1 month, is also inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 2 months, is also inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 9 weeks, is also inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with a sensible time period, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e tautoko ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, could you just pause for me 1 second? I'm sorry to slow you up. Could you just pause for me 1 second? Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got 118. Looking through and going, so I think we're okay. Yep. Let's see how we go. Yes. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chairman. Yes, please.
The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with a time to be agreed with the border, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with a time to be determined by order in council on or before the 1st of 2026 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. That's this one, right? Did that one?
On the one that says 60 hours, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 60 hours, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 48 hours, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 6 calendar days, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is, for those of you that have fallen asleep, the question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 1 working date, is inconsistent with the previous decision, is ruled out of scope. The question is that Aonena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 6 days or 12 days, at the election of the agency be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 17 days, is inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 3,264 minutes, is ruled inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 6,478 minutes, is ruled as inconsistent with the previous decision, is ruled out of scope. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 3 Mondays in a row, is ruled inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The question is that Arena Williams tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 14 calendar days, is ruled inconsistent with the previous decision and is ruled out of scope. The Honourable Willie Jackson's tabled amendment to clause 20, section 73, brackets 4, after the word rent, inserting that appropriate consideration is given to the principles of Te Tītia Waitangi, is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The Honourable Kerry McNulty's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, brackets 2, replacing 1 working day with 1 day of work, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Kerry McNulty's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, brackets C, regarding replacing 1 working day with 1 day outside the weekend, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation.
Could you just stop there for me, Mr. Chairman? Just stop there for me. That's where I've got to. That's the next question? Yes. Thank you. I'll take that. Just the top of the page, Mr. Chairman.
The Honourable Kerry McNulty's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, brackets C, replacing 1 working day with 2 days of employment, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Kerry McNulty's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 2 days of paid activity, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Kieran McNulty's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 1 day of paid activity, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 20 days of paid activity, as out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 30 working days, is out of order as being in the same in substance as another amendment. The Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, brackets C, replacing 1 working day with 30 days of paid activity, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The Honourable Jan Tinetti's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A, brackets 1, bracket C, replacing 1 working day with 30 days of paid activity, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A brackets 1 brackets C, replacing 1 working day with 145 calendar days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma rima ngā poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A brackets 1 brackets C, replacing 1 working day with 3 Mondays in a row or consecutively, is out of order as not being in the proper form of legislation. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C, replacing 1 working day with 2 working days, is ruled as inconsistent with a previous decision and is out of scope.
Mr. Chairman, can you stop?
Yes.
We're going to have to wait until we get the remainder of the amendments from my team. Yeah, they will be coming. So there'll be a brief pause while we get the remaining amendments from the House Office.
There'll be a brief pause while we wait for more amendment papers. It's Groundhog Day. Night. Good point. If I sing a song, I'd have to rule myself out of order.
Pause. It's okay. Thank you, mate. My overdraw is going to be really close with me. It's been a long one. Because I've got myself on and I've left it in the office. That's the charge against my Pico. I'm going to have to explain tomorrow. Take your time. I'm jumping there. Quick, jumping. Hang on.
Yep, so that there's then we're starting here, but these can be orders as inconsistent previous decision. That's what Clover said. Okay, all right.
Let's make sure we're getting it absolutely right.
So we're in the third one of these.
Yeah, let's go pop. No, I'm just making sure that just bear with us 1 second, Mr. Chairman. So we are. That's the top one.
So one working day for 2 here. That's the last one. Was out of order. And then we are.
Yeah, and then that's the stop the crib sheet.
And then we go,
straight there. And off we go. Okay, let's get to the yeah. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, really?
No.
No,
Oh, have you got a copy?
Yeah, I've got
You've got a copy of the same one I'm staring at,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman. He has got 1222. You can stop. You're happy that you know what you want?
Well,
That's fine.
The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, replacing 1 working day with 3,264 hours, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kou marima na poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed.
No.
So did I hear point of order?
You don't have a member on their feet, Mr Chairman. So.
Look, the evening is, at the moment, is unique. It is not going to be assisted by any calls from the floor. Thank you, members.
Mr Chairman. He's been ruling out as inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee, so he's been reading the beginning of it to sort of the House can identify what amendment we're talking about, and there's then been ruling them out where he felt they were inconsistent with previous decisions. So far, all of the amendments that have talked about replacing 1 working day with some variation of a different time have been ruled out.
Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, replacing 1 working day with 6 days or 12 days at the election of the agency or its delegated authority, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kou marima na poti I tautoko ana.
She doesn't judge.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti I whakai.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed.
The amendment is inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee.
Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1C, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Ingrid Leary's 6 tabled amendments to Dr Lawrence Zunan's amendments amending clause 23, new section 107, are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118(1)(c) to replace 1 working day with 8 working days be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima, Ngā Poti I Tautoko Ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti I whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishna's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A 1C to replace 1 working day with 1 week's be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima, Ngā Poti I Tautoko Ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti E whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C to replace 1 working day with 3 months be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima, Ngā Poti I Tautoko Ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti E whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C to replace 1 working day with 1 week is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C to replace 1 working day with 4 calendar days is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C, to replace 1 working day with 13 working days is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C, to replace 1 working day with 11 working days is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C, to replace 1 working day with 11 working days is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C, to replace 1 working day with a reasonable period of time is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 1181C, to replace 1 working day with a time to be agreed with the boarders and their aunt or uncle is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Ingrid Leary's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A3, to replace 10 working days with a reasonable time given all the circumstances of A and B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Any noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima na poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1, to delete subsection 1 of paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima na poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1, to delete subsection 2 of paragraph A is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1, to delete subsection 2 of paragraph B is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1, to delete subsection 1 of paragraph C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new subsection 118A1 is ruled, to delete subsection 2 of paragraph C is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new subsection 118A1 and subsection 1 of paragraph C to replace agency with Crown. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, new subsection 118A1 and subsection 1 of paragraph C to replace agency with Crown be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima ngā poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to Clause 25, new section 118A2 to replace reasonable with is considered fairly in the circumstances and be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
That's,
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to Clause 25, new section 118A3 to replace first working day with next practical opportunity be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti. Stop.
If the member's having that much problem, he might like to ask someone else to cast the Green Party vote.
Thank you, to Mr Chair.
Edibles
Te
too much.
kaumārima ngā poti I tautoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
If they're under the influence, they shouldn't be in here.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed.
Mr Chairman.
The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to Clause 25, subsection 3 of new section 118A to replace first working day with next practical opportunity be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
Opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to Clause 25, new section 118A, paragraph B of subsection 3 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
Certainly. Mr Chairman, sorry, 1 minute. When we get to here, could we please stop before we put that question so I can swap the crib sheet? New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Carmel Sepuloni's tabled amendment to clause 25, subsection 4 of new section 118A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed.
Just pause there for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
We'll just take a pause for a moment while we get a new sheet.
Very well. No, you're all good, Mr. Chairman. Please put that one, and then we'll do something else.
The question is that Reuben Davidson's tabled amendment to clause 25, subsection 4 of new section 118A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
No.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed.
Pause for me, Mr. Chairman. I'll give you that. Can I have your crib sheet, please, sir? Very, very nearly. We've got one further amendment, and you are on the question of part 2 and part, and then we have the questions on the schedules. You have to do the schedules because they're part of the parts that we've been voting on.
The question is that Glenn Bennett's tabled amendment to clause 25, new section 118A1A, inserting new subparagraph 111, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e totoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahē.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Because he was reading last night. E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
He was reading.
68 yes. 60, 68, 74.
The ayes are 74, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. We come now to Schedule 1. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to Schedule 1 replacing references to March 2026 with March 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e totoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to Schedule 1, new clauses 104 and 105, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 January 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendments to Schedule 1, new clauses 104 and 105, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 July 2027, ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Ricardo Menendez March's tabled amendments to Schedule 1, new clauses 104 and 105, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 January 2028, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Kore e whakai.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti, kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is not agreed. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to Schedule 2 replacing references to March 2026 with March 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e totoko ana.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to Schedule 2, new clauses 25 to 27, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 February 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
Favour?
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, new clauses 25 to 27, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 August 2027 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. Ricardo March's tabled amendments to Schedule 2, new clauses 25 to 27, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 February 2028, is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it. The party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. We now come to Schedule 3. The question is that Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendment to Schedule 3, replacing references to March 2026 with March 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendments to Schedule 3, new clauses 6 to 8, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 March 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakaai.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
Mr Chairman.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Kahurangi Carter's tabled amendments to Schedule 3, new clauses 6 to 8, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 September 2027 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. Ricardo Menendez March tabled amendments to Schedule 3, new clauses 6 to 8, replacing 2 March 2026 with 1 March 2028 is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Schedule 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Time has come to leave the chair, Mr.
Members, before I leave the chair, I'd just like to thank the House for its forbearance tonight, but especially to the Clerk's team. It has been an absolute sterling effort. Behind the scenes, it is very much appreciated, and I think that applause will be appreciated. The time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives.